And I'm not going to share my screen just yet because I think with us jumping back into agency, I think it's good just to kind of go back and recap very little bit about where we were last week, because a lot of what we talked about we're going to build on today, and we're going to continue on talking about agency. So turn with me, if you will, in your books to page 134. 134. And 134 is where it all got started. And we started on 184, starting to learn about and understand the concept of the law of agency. Now, that gets pretty confusing because the law of agency implies there's only how many laws? Just one. But the law of agency is actually comprised of several different sources. The law of agency comes from several places. So, good morning. We have the common law of agency. Common law of agency was back in the days of England when we had a king. So that helped formed how we're practicing agency today. We have court rulings, court cases. Whenever there's a trial, something to do with agency, the outcome of that may change how we do agency. You also have North Carolina license law. North Carolina license law is state law, you guys. That's general statute. And then the Real Estate Commission has the power to make their own laws and rules, and that's referred to as commission rule. So the law of agency kind of came to be, actually that's on page 136, kind of came to be from those several different sources, and that's how we handle agency today. How we handle agency tomorrow could change. Agency isn't set in stone, so there could be another court case, there could be another court ruling. I'm not going to get into a lot of detail, but I'll share with you right now. The National Association of Realtors is in the throes of a legal battle with the Department of Justice. And part of it's coming down to who pays our commission, sellers or buyers. Again, I'm not getting into detail. You can Google it after class if you want to. NAR and DOJ, it'll pop up. But I believe at the end of this trial, how we're compensated, how we have agency, I believe we could see some changes in our future just from this trial. So it's just a lawsuit away from us changing what we know is my point. I hope the point you take from that. So the law of agency comes from several different places, 136, 137. Over on 137, we define some words. I hope these words are on flashcards or notes or something you can review over and over and over again, because we need to know, understand these words to be able to explain and discuss agency. And then over on page 139, we get into this idea of client versus customer. Remember, the client is the one that hires me. The client hires me by the use of an agency agreement. So we're going to get into agency agreements in Unit 8, Unit 8. We'll talk more about those. But once we enter into an agency agreement together, that person becomes my client, and they are represented by me. Once you're my client, you're represented, I owe you old car. We talked about where we're going to put people on our plane. So the clients get first class treatment. If you don't hire me, then you're unrepresented by me and you are a customer. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Does the customer get old car? Thumbs up for yes, thumbs down for no. What does the customer get? Old car? Nah, the customer doesn't get that level of service, do they? The client is the one that gets first class. Why? Because they hired me. They hired my firm, I should be saying. The customer then, that doesn't mean I'm not going to do anything for the customer. The customer still gets, on page 141, the customer still gets honesty. The customer gets fairness. Even though you didn't hire me, that doesn't give me a golden ticket to lie. I can't treat you unfairly. I cannot treat you dishonestly. And the customer also gets the disclosure of material facts. We always have a duty to disclose material facts, regardless if you're talking to a client or a customer. So old car for our clients versus honesty, fairness, disclosure, material facts to the customers. Guys, those are the only two categories we have. You either hire me and you're my client, or you don't hire me and you're my customer. So we can take your entire market, once you get licensed, we can take your entire market and divvy all those people into one of two categories. You're either my client or my customer. Speaking of material facts, we started talking about those on page 142. So what is considered material? Anything that's of significance, anything that's of importance, anything that could affect somebody's decision with buying or selling this property. To help us out with material fact, they gave us some specifics at the top of page 143. Specifically, a material fact is one about the property itself. It's one relating directly to the property. It's one relating to the ability of my principal to complete the transaction. And then for me personally, it's one of significant importance to my client or customer. If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. If it's important to my seller, then it's important to me. Once they share something of importance. And then at the bottom of page 143, we talked about some prohibited conducts of material facts. I would write that down somewhere on the page 143 where you guys see prohibited conduct. It's prohibited conduct of material facts. So if you're mishandling a material fact, if you're going to get yourself in trouble for material fact, it's going to be one of these four. We're going to first, when we see these scenarios, we're going to first ask ourselves, did the broker in this scenario lie? Or did they omit the material fact? Remember, we always have a duty to disclose. So if you don't disclose, you've kept your mouth shut, you've omitted it. If you lie about it, you've misrepresented that material fact. Then we're going to determine if it was done intentionally, willfully, or unintentionally, negligently. Negligent act is an accident, but guys, it doesn't negate the fact that it didn't happen. It happened. You didn't do it on purpose, but it happened. And that's what a negligent act is. So then we looked at specifics and examples, 144 over to 147. We also talked about the comments that you can find in the license law and commission rule section of the online learning system. I do encourage you guys to start reading, looking at those comments now. Particularly, it talks about material facts. It talks about the big four. It talks about agency. It talks about a lot of the things that we're talking about in this unit. So the comments under license law and commission rule gives you additional information. Bottom 147 answers the question, gee, Julie, what's the big deal? So I don't practice agency right. So I don't give my clients the treatment they deserve. So I mishandle a customer. What can they do to me? Well, there's a whole laundry list of things. They can discipline your license. The injured party can take you to court. Remember, the commission isn't going to fine you unless you're a timeshare developer. The commission can only regulate your license. And we remember what the commission's main purpose is, right? What is the real estate commission's main purpose?
Protect the customer.
Protect the
Protect
public.
The client.
Public. From who?
From us.
From us, that's right. So violating our agency duty, violating license law and commission rule could be cause for disciplinary action. I think bottom line, the commission's going to ask the question, how badly did they harm my public? So if we're getting in trouble with the commission, it's because we violated license law and commission rule and harmed the public. Of course, they can also, that injured party could also take us to court. And then over on page 148 is where we ended talking about duties to the agent. Understand our agency agreements are bilateral contracts. Now, we don't define that word until Unit 9. But right now, let's just understand that a bilateral contract, both parties have obligations and duties to each other. So when we enter into these agency agreements, the firm owes duties to the client or the principal owes duties to the agent. And I want to comment on something. Duties to the agent, page 148, says that we need to act in good faith, or they need to act in good faith. And then they also say that they need to pay us our agreed upon compensation. That word pay concerns me a little bit because you may not be getting compensation directly from the person that hired you. It might be in a typical real estate transaction. The seller pays the listing firm. The listing firm shares their commission with the firm that brings the buyer. So if you're a buyer's agent, your buyer's not paying you commission, are they? You're getting paid from the listing firm. The listing firm's getting paid from the seller. We will talk more about that, but that word pay concerns me because the agency agreements don't necessarily say that they're going to pay me. What they say is that they're going to insure my commission. They're going to ensure that I get X amount. We're going to learn when we get to Unit 8 that our agency agreements are employment contracts. We use our agency agreements to be hired to do a job. Once I perform that job, I deserve compensation. So even though they may not be the one paying me, they're still going to ensure that I get compensation. Again, more on that, but I like the word insure better than pay. So if you want to make a note on that on 148. And then once we get to Unit 8, we look at our agency agreements, we'll have this conversation again. Also in 148, the principal has duties to third parties. So for example, the seller in the transaction has duties to the buyer. And bottom line, the duty the seller has to the buyer, they too don't have a golden ticket to lie. If the seller lies, they could be held accountable. The buyer could take them to court. They could sue them. How far are they going to get? I don't know. I'm not an attorney. But the seller does have those obligations to be honest to those third parties. And then liabilities and consequences of breach of duty of the principal. So that's what tells us that maybe the injured party, I mean, you can sue anybody for anything. And we also learned there that if my actions, my misactions, let's call them, were the direct result of my client told me a false information, and I had no other way to know otherwise. My little red flag didn't go up. I had no way to say, clearly that information is false. If we rely on what our principal says, we may not be held liable to that if we couldn't have known otherwise. So that super quick recap, but that gets us caught up. I mean, I could catch up in 14 minutes what we spent 5 hours talking about last week. That's what I mean by agency is deep, you guys. It is very deep. So with that being said, do I have any questions about what we've covered before we move on? Good morning. All right, so let's move on. Top of page 149, we talk about the different classifications of agency. These classifications of agency tend to be a problem topic. So highlight it, circle it, dog ear it, make flashcards of it after class. But classifications of agency, we have 3 different classifications or 3 different categories that determine what kind of power, if any, I have in this transaction, in this relationship. So the first classification of agency relationship is known as the universal agent. This could also be known as power of attorney, full power of attorney. Can anybody remind me? The agency relationship is between the client and whom? The client.
The firm.
And
The firm. Firm.
More of you. Yep. The client and the firm. When we say you're going to give somebody full power of attorney, that means you're giving them control of your financial, your medical, all of your affairs, selling your house, paying your bills, pulling the plug. You're giving them full power. Considering this relationship is created with the client and the firm, would anybody in their right mind give, for example, Keller Williams full power of attorney? Would you let Keller Williams manage your affairs and decide when it's time to pull the plug? No. Universal agent is the purple unicorn, you guys. How often do we see purple unicorns out in the wild? Are we going to see universal agent in a real estate transaction? No. So universal agent is full power. It's not going to happen in an agency relationship between the client and the firm. If I have full power of attorney over somebody, it's me over, for example, my parents. It's not the firm over the client. So universal agent, not going to happen. The next level, the next tier then, is a general agent. A general agent has some power to bind. And general agent has some decision-making authority. The general agent has some. And in real estate, in agency relationships, there are a couple examples of who might act as the general agent. One example of the general agent is the property manager. Now, I got a whole unit dedicated to the property manager. That's unit 12. The owner of an investment property hires an agent to manage their property. That agent, that property manager, has got to have some kind of authority. They have to have some decision-making ability. Think about it. Let's say you have 5 investment properties and you decide to hire me to manage your property. And I didn't have any power. And I had to call you for every stinking thing. Hey, can I go pick up rent? Hey, can I go change the furnace filter? Hey, this broke. Can I take care of it? At some point, you're going to ask yourself, why the heck am I paying this girl? She can't do anything on her own. So how do we avoid that? You give me some power. You give me the authority to make repairs up to X amount. We got to agree on that X amount. So if something, let's say we agree on $500. So if something breaks and it's $4.99, because I'm a general agent, I can run out there and spend your money. I have the power. If something breaks and it's $501, I don't have that power. I need to discuss with my owner. So the property manager has some power. Another example of the general agent is your relationship with your soon-to-be firm. We join our firms, we affiliate with our firms. We're not hired, we affiliate. We will talk more about that relationship at the end of this unit specifically. But when you affiliate with your firm, you enter into an independent contractors agreement. And that independent contractors agreement may give you some authority, some power to act and speak on behalf of your firm when you're out talking to sellers at potential listing appointments, or when you're out working with buyers. A great example of this, once we start looking at these agency agreements in Unit 8, the relationship is between the client and the firm. The individual agent has the power to sign that agency agreement on behalf of the firm. How do I have that power to sign the agency agreement on behalf of my firm? Because I am a general agent with my firm. I have some power. So the universal agent has all the power. General agent has some power. How much power do you think the next one, the special agent, has? How much power do you think they have? Yeah, not much. The special agent doesn't have much power. You cannot bind your principals. I only speak on their behalf. They're the ones that make the decision. All I can do is advise. I can tell them my advice until I'm blue in the face, but they don't have to act on my advice. I have no authority to bind. So who is the special agent? Sales agents that are working with buyers and sellers. The special agent is working with buyers and sellers. That's residential sales. That's also commercial sales. Sales is sales. You're working with buyers and sellers. So the universal agent has all the power. The general agent has some of the power. The special agent, you got nothing. Sorry, folks. Most of us are going into residential sales. I believe, I know some of you said you were going into property management. Maybe you like power. Property managers, you get a little bit of power. Again, how much you get depends on the agreement between you and the client that hires you, the owner that the investor owner that hires you. Questions on our classifications of agency relationships. Chris, is it working now? Let me find you. Yeah, Chris, are you good? Is it working now? All right. Keeping on 149, we need to define some more words. Brokerage is the business of bringing people together in a marketplace. If you're brokeraging a deal, you're connecting buyer and seller. You're connecting landlord and tenant. If we're brokeraging the deal, we are bringing people together in the transaction. The broker is the individual. The firm is also referred to as the agent. The broker then is the individual. Commission is what we get paid when it closes. Again, we'll talk about your commission. I think I say a little bit more about it here in Unit 7, but the big commission conversation comes in Unit 8. Sometimes commission, typically what we see the commission as a percentage of the sales price. So whatever the sales price is, you get a percentage of that. You may also have commission as a flat fee. We'll talk more about that. When two firms come together to brokerage the transaction. So let's say I got two firms. I got firm ABC and I got firm XYZ. How creative are we with the names with our firms, right? So let's say you are the one employed with ABC and you're the one bringing one of the parties to the transaction. XYZ then is the cooperating broker. Even though we're two firms, we're cooperating, we're working together in this transaction. We have one common goal, don't we? That's to get our buyers and sellers to the finish line, get them to the closing table and let that deed change hands. So we may be competing firms, but in this transaction, we're cooperating. We're working together for the best of our clients to get them through. Compare cooperating broker to an in-house transaction. An in-house transaction means both buyer and seller are represented by the same firm. We're not cooperating with anybody else. We're working together with buyer and seller in-house. More on that. There's certain criteria, there's certain requirements in North Carolina if you want to have to require a real estate license. And there's certain activities, you can see them here: list, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, or sells. That might be helpful to remember. LLBs are the activities. So there's 3 things that are required in North Carolina. If you're doing all 3 of these activities, and a license is required. So we're assisting in the transfer of real property. Transfer of real property could be list, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, or sell, for others, for compensation. And it's important that we understand that all 3 pieces are required. If any one of them is missing, you don't have to have a license. So for example, if you're not doing it for others, who are you doing it for? Doing it for yourself. That would be our for sale by owner or our for rent by owner. The FSBOs and the FRBOs aren't doing it for others. They're doing it for themselves. Do they need a license? Shake your head yes or no. Does the FSBO or the FRBO need a license? No. Why? Because we have to have all 3 pieces. Because they're not doing it for others, they're doing it for themselves. They do not need a real estate license. For compensation. Now let's talk about that word compensation for a second. What do we think of with compensation first? Money,
Money.
right? Money. But guess what, you guys? Compensation can be anything of value. Money's pretty valuable, yes? What about free rent? Is that valuable? Yeah. What about McDonald's gift cards? Is that something of value? Love and affection. Is that something of value? 5 goats. Is that something of value? Anything of value is considered compensation. So if you are acting for others, transferring real property for others, and you're not doing it for any compensation whatsoever, no money, no rent, no McDonald's, no goats, you're not getting anything out of it, you don't need a real estate license. Now, before y'all decide start to work for free without any compensation whatsoever, please call me this afternoon so we can talk about it, because I'm not going to let you do it. But this is what we're saying by the funnel. We got to have all 3 pieces, and that compensation is anything of value. Couple different ways we can create our agency relationships. As we said, the agency agreements, we have a listing agreement to use with the firm and the seller. The listing agreement gives me the authority to list and sell their property. The buyer's agency agreement is between the firm and the buyer. That gives me the authority to help the buyer locate and purchase a property. And then our property management agreement is between the firm and the owner of the investment property. And that gives the firm the authority to manage the property on behalf of the owner. So agency agreements are one way that we can create relationships, agency relationships, but it's not the only way. Remember, agency isn't just always about the firm and the client. We could also have an agency relationship between firms and amongst ourselves. So that in-house brokerage employment contract, that is our firm's contract. For example, some firms may have a different compensation structure for an in-house transaction versus a co-op, a cooperating transaction. We also have a cooperation agreement amongst firms. The cooperation agreement comes in the form of the multiple listing services, or the MLS. We're kind of dancing around the MLS right now, but we get into that in Unit 8 as well. That cooperation agreement, because I am a member of the Triad MLS, when I log on to Triad MLS and I look a listing up, I see right there how much the listing firm is willing to pay me how are they going to cooperate with me when I bring them the buyer? So the cooperation agreement amongst firms is going to be found within the MLS. We agree in the MLS to share our listings with each other. And we also agree to pay one another for cooperating, for working together. So in-house and cooperating agreements, that is also creation of an agency relationship. Agency relationships can also be created by the conduct of the parties, also known as implied agency. Remember, we defined express versus implied. Express means that the terms are clearly stated. Implied is demonstrated by your actions. So implied agency, you just start acting like somebody's agent. You don't explain agency. You don't tell them what it means to be their agent. You just start acting like you have their best interest. You just put them in first class and give them old car without any kind of conversation whatsoever. This is important. In North Carolina, implied agency is never allowed. In North Carolina, all of our agency agreements are express, which means the terms have been clearly stated. I tell you what it means for you to be my client. I tell you what it means for me to be your agent. I tell you what first class and old car mean. So implied agency in North Carolina is never, ever allowed. What we want then is express agreements. Express means that the terms have been stated. Maybe they were stated on a piece of paper. Maybe they were stated orally. Express doesn't care if it's in writing or not. Express just cares that the terms have been clearly stated. All of our agency agreements are express.
So I have a question for you. So as far as an oral one, which I would assume it's rare, it's less percent. Would you
Don't
tape
assume.
it? I mean, would you tape yourself on a recorder? Because you could say, we agreed to this, and then the client says, right?
I would follow that oral agreement up with an email. I would document that conversation, absolutely. And we do have a case to work as an agent under an oral agreement. So we will talk about that. But we do have that ability. But even though we may be acting under an oral agreement, it's still express, meaning I've still had the conversation. I just haven't asked you to sign anything yet.
So can I ask you another question? So typically when I document an email and I email people, I always write at the end, please confirm receipt of this email. Because you could email someone and they could say they never got it, right?
So you have your documentation that you sent it. You have that sent email, and you could, if you choose, just take that a step further and say, please reply, confirming receipt.
Mhm.
Can I make them hit reply?
No.
No. That's one thing I've learned. I can't make anybody do anything. So, but what you do have is that sent email. You have that record that it was sent. So express, again, implied is created by the actions. Implied agency in North Carolina, write this down, is never allowed. Do you hear my absolute word there? Is there an exception to the word never? Yeah, no. Implied agency in North Carolina is never allowed. There is also something out there called apparent authority. Apparent authority is a situation where a principal is aware of the scope of our job. I've explained to my principal what I can and can't do. And knowing the parameters of my job, the principal still asks us or expects us to step outside of those parameters, that would be acting as an apparent authority. That is also not allowed. It's your job to know the parameters of your job, not the principal's. And if they ask us to step out of those parameters, we need to be prepared to say no. Because I don't want to face license law, commission rule. I don't want to face disciplinary action for stepping outside of my parameters. Remember, you guys, this class is teaching you the speed limit. Can you speed? Can you step outside of the parameters of agency? Yeah, it's really easy. Just because you can does not mean that you should. An example of apparent authority. Who can remind me which offers do I present to my sellers? Which offers do I present to my sellers?
All.
All of them. Even the insultingly low offer that's just going to make my seller mad. I have to present it to them, right? So apparent authority. I tell my seller this. Once we go on the market, any offers we get in, I have a duty to present to you. And the principal says, you know what, anything under X amount, just don't worry about it. I don't need to be bothered with that phone call. That's acting as apparent authority. The principal knows I have a duty to deliver all, and they try to come in and say, well, accept anything under that amount. If it's under that amount, do I still have a duty to present it to them? Yes, because we have a duty to present all offers. Everybody with me? So you call this principal, you get this lowball offer. And by the way, you tell the principal at that time, I appreciate what you're saying. I know your time is valuable. However, my licensing body says that I have to present all offers. So if we get one under that price, I still need to communicate with you. It will be a super quick conversation, but I still need to communicate with you. That would be an example of apparent authority. Top of page 152 does mention a little bit about our compensation. Again, the big conversation on compensation is coming in Unit 8. But we need to understand now while we're talking about old car, while we're talking about loyalty, while we're talking about agency. My loyalty is to the one that hires me. The one that hires me may not be the one that pays me. My loyalty is the one that enters into an agency agreement with me. Remember what we said, seller pays the listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. My loyalty in that case is not the listing firm or the seller, even though they're the ones paying me. My loyalty in that case is to the buyer because they are the ones that hired me. Agency does not follow the money. I feel like I want to say that again. Agency does not follow the money. Agency follows the agency agreement. Also, my loyalty to the one that hires me has nothing to do with price point. I owe old car to the buyer that hires me to help them purchase a $5,000 lot. Just like I owe old car to the seller that hires me to sell their $2 million home. When it comes to agency, money has nothing to do with it. It doesn't affect old car. It's our agency agreements that spell that out. And we mentioned earlier that we may be able to work under an oral agency agreement at first. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. We'll talk about that. But if you want to get paid, we have to get this thing eventually in writing. The only way you can ensure your compensation is to have a written and signed agency agreement. So when we talk about working under an oral agency agreement at first, there is a certain point in time where we got to get that thing in writing. And again, we will talk about that. This is like the dark side of real estate right here. Our agency agreements say, I earn my commission. I have earned my commission when I connect buyer and seller. Agency agreements go on to say that I don't typically get paid until it closes. So I've earned my money. I earn my commission when I connect the two, when we go under contract, when I have a ready, willing, and able buyer. But we don't actually get paid until it closes. The dark side of real estate, you guys. What if it doesn't close? You're probably not going to get paid. We earn our commission versus when we actually get paid. The question I always get is, can't I sue the buyer for my commission? Can I go after the seller in court? The answer to that is no, you cannot. Why? Because your agency agreements are with the client and who? The firm. So whether or not we're going to go after buyer or seller for that commission is up to the firm. And I'm telling you right now, firms don't want the reputation for suing sellers and buyers at the drop of a hat. Word like that, we know how social media works. News like that would spread like wildfire. I'm not saying firms never go after commission. I'm saying it's really rare. So we've created agency, and guess what? We need to terminate agency at some point as well. There's a nice list for us on page 152. I didn't feel the need to recreate the wheel. So there's various different things that will terminate an agency relationship. Completion or fulfillment of the purpose for which the agency was created. The listing agreement, for example, I'm being hired by the seller to list and sell their home. Once I do that, my job is done. It's a pretty specific job, right? Why are you hiring me? To list and sell your home. Once I've done that, my job is done. Our agency agreement is over. I don't owe you old car anymore because I've done my job. Buyer's agency, property management agency as well. Agency agreements, we will learn, have to have an expiration date. And if they expire, if those agency agreements run out or expire before we've done our job, that will also terminate agency. What do you think? Shake your head. Can we agree to extend our agency agreement? Sure. Are we under any obligation to do so? No. So we create a date. When we create agency, we say we're going to be an agency for X amount of time. And when it's over, it's over. A mutual agreement to terminate. The parties entered into the agency agreement together. The parties can agree to get out of the agency agreement together. And remember, the agency agreement is between the client and who? The firm. So can you, the individual, fire your seller?
No.
No, because it's not your seller. It's the firm seller. So mutual agreement is between the client and the firm. If the two agree that we're not getting along, we're not working out well, we can agree to release each other from the agency agreement. If either party breaches any good legally binding contract, for example, our agency agreements, are going to spell out duties and responsibilities of all parties. It spells it out. I just don't expect you to know your duties as a seller. I spell it out for you in our listing agreement. And if the seller or the firm don't do what they're supposed to do per the agreement, then they are in breach. And breach could cause our termination of agency. Operation of law. If the judge takes the property for any reason, it's no longer the seller's to sell. So if the court takes the property, maybe foreclosure, bankruptcy, eminent domain, if the court takes the property for any reason, The seller no longer has the authority. You can't sell what's not yours. Destruction or condemnation of the property. If the property you're listed for sale burns down, I no longer have a product to sell. And that would terminate our agency agreement. And then death or incapacity of either party. Remember, the relationship is between the client and the firm. So if the individual agent passes away, if the individual agent's license status goes inactive or expired, the show goes on because the relationship is not with the individual. It is with the firm. So if the individual agent passes away, then somebody else within the firm will be appointed, will be assigned to continue on with that transaction. If the seller passes away, or if the firm closes their doors, that would terminate our agency agreement. Questions on that? Different ways agency can end. There are a few exceptions. I got to go off book for just a second. So this is straight from the syllabus. There are a few exceptions. If agency terminates and you have some kind of unsatisfied or unfulfilled promise or obligation, guys, once we make a promise, we have a duty to fulfill that promise. So you can't make a promise, let agency end, and then say, woohoo, I'm off the hook. Once we make a promise, we have a duty to fulfill that. If our agency agreement ends while we're under contract, I'm still going to see this thing through the end. So we go under contract, our agency agreement expires, we're not closing for another week. I still owe you agency until it closes. Now, in practice, it might be best to do an agency agreement renewal for a week just to have that documentation. Not required. And then after our agency agreement is over, I can't use the knowledge that I have about the clients to benefit myself. You learn a lot about your buyers and sellers. Let's talk about sellers, for example. So I've had your house listed for, I don't know, 6 months. We never closed, so it expires. Our agency agreement is over. As your agent for the last 6 months, don't I know things like your motive for selling? Don't I know things like how much under asking price you're willing to accept? Don't I know certain things? Are you willing to pay for a home warranty? Now that this agency agreement is over, I can't use what I know to benefit myself. That would be self-dealing. The other question that comes up about the end of agency is this idea of confidentiality. The idea of confidentiality is going to continue after agency is over. So in other words, once our agency agreement is done, I do not have a golden ticket to run up and down the streets blabbing my seller's confidential information. This is why they want to sell. This is how much they're willing to accept. I don't have that authority after agency is over unless, let's say, for example, I was the listing agent and I had your home listed for 6 months. After 6 months, it doesn't sell. Our agency agreement terminates. The seller then hires another firm and they go back on the market. So now the seller's house is for sale with a different firm. And let's say I am now working with a buyer client. And my buyer client becomes interested in my former listing. Who is my loyalty to today?
The buyer.
The buyer. Who gets old car today? The buyer. So my duty of confidentiality is expected to continue. I'm not going to run around. I don't have a golden ticket to blab your confidential information unless I'm representing the new client in the transaction. When it comes to agency, you guys, who do I represent? Who do I have best interest? What do I do? When it comes to agency, you always need to look towards the firm and see who the firm has an agency relationship with today. I don't care who their relationship was with yesterday. I don't care who it was with tomorrow. What we care about is who do we represent today? And to answer that question, we need to look towards the firm. This one bumps on our moral compass a little bit, doesn't it? Because now you spent 6 months with the seller, you know all the things that you need to know about them, but now you're representing the buyer. This is what I know, you guys. When we present that offer and that offer comes to the seller, my name is on that offer. So the seller has the ability to look at that and see my name. God, I thought I was done with that Julie Campbell check. The seller doesn't have to accept any offer. The seller doesn't have to accept anything. So if the seller is really uncomfortable working with me on the other side of the transaction, they can choose to not accept that offer. They still have some choices. I'm not trying to hide from them. I'm not trying to trick them. I'm letting them know that I'm now bringing you an offer on behalf of my buyer. Questions on that?
Yes, quick question.
Yeah.
So you're saying that when you go to the other side, your confidential aspects to the old client still remains with the new
Nope.
client? It
Nope.
does not. So you
All
can
my
tell,
loyalty is now to the new client.
so you
Today,
can tell that
let's
new
say
client.
yesterday, that seller was my client. Today, that seller is my customer.
Okay.
I tell my client everything about my customer. I tell my customer nothing about my client. So yesterday, I didn't say nothing about him. Today, with my buyer client, I got to say everything
So you can spill all the beans at that point.
to my current client. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
And again, the sellers, because they know what I know, right? The sellers know what I know about them. They know our conversations over the last 6 months of our relationship. And now they see that offer with my name on it. I kind of can't blame them to say, yeah, no, do I have to accept this offer? Right? Not unless they're desperate. But you're with me. If they have choices, what if it's multiple offers and they have choices? That's not a good advantage for my buyers, is it? Because I know and I've shared and I have to, because that's who gets old car today. I get it. Trust me, I get it. This bump it on your moral compass. But guys, that's agency. Agency is who do we represent right here, right now. Not who did we represent or who will we represent. Other questions on that? All right. Let's go ahead and take our first break. When we come back, we're going to get into our agency relationships. I'm going to try a rocket today. So let's take 10.
definitely the best one.
Still no, right? Stop it. There we go. I got it. Okay.
Wow, that's definitely the best
Do we have a
one.
winner?
Yeah.
Yay. Okay. I got tired of the clock. So, all right. So we are back as heard by the firework display. Is that easier on your dogs too? All right. Let me go ahead and take attendance. Questions about anything so far? So I got a couple questions for you guys. So let's go ahead and set your chats to private, just to me. Everybody have your private chat set? So tell me in a private chat, A, B, C, or D. Right in? If you miss attendance, still please tell me you're back. Just so I have that as well. In case I can't find your letter. Thank you. All right, so the fiduciary obligations of the agent are owed to. Hang on. What's that word, the fiduciary, mean? That's a relationship based off of what?
Trust.
Chat. Yep. That fiduciary is an agent is a relationship of trust. That fiduciary relationship is set aside for our principal. The principal should know that when they hire me, I have their best interest. So who do we owe those fiduciary obligations to? The one that hires me. How they hire me is by entering into an agency agreement with me. Everybody gets something, yes? Even the customers get honesty and fairness and disclosure material facts. So everybody gets something, but those customers don't get that fiduciary relationship. All they get is honesty, fairness, and disclosure material facts. So we're getting into these, talking about these agency relationships. And again, before we get into this conversation on page 152, I need to go off book just for a second, or stay off book, I guess. A couple different types of real estate agency relationships. The consumer can hire a sole practitioner. Sole practitioner means how many people are practicing in this firm? Just one. You are a one-man show. Maybe you have a firm created. Maybe you are just running around as a sole practitioner. We will talk about sole practitioner. We will talk about firms. All that comes in license law and commission rule. You guys will read about it in the comments. So sole practitioner technically isn't a firm. A sole practitioner is somebody acting as a one-man show. If you're a sole practitioner, the consumer can hire you. So the broker and a sole practitioner can function as sole on their own, or they could create a firm if they choose. Again, more on that, license law and commission rule. But the agency agreement in that point is between the individual broker and the consumer. There isn't a firm to hire and a sole practitioner. The other option then that the consumer has, if you're not going to hire a one-man show that's not a firm, then your other option is to hire a firm. So the agency agreement, where the consumer's hiring the firm, the agency agreement is between them and the firm. One of you in the firm will be allowed to work with the firm's seller. One of you will be allowed to work with the firm's buyers. And kind of, again, introducing this idea of subagents. We're getting into the subagency discussion in this section. But the idea of a subagency, one form of subagency, once the consumer hires a firm and becomes a client, they hire the firm, so they hire all of us. So when one of you gets a listing, we might as well all celebrate, right? When one of you gets a buyer, we might as well all celebrate, because guess what? We all got a seller. We all got a buyer. It's just that I, as your broker in charge of the firm, allow only one of you to work with my seller, one of you to work with my buyer. The rest of you cannot harm my buyer or seller because they're my client. So by default, we all have the best interests of the seller or the buyer because that relationship is with the firm. Again, more on subagency. But right now, we're just focusing on how consumers hire. Either you hire the individual, sole practitioner, sole proprietor, or you hire the firm. Now, as we get into this conversation about agency, we're going to have some cast of characters. You all have your license, and you are now officially affiliated with Julie's Real Estate Shop. Welcome aboard. It's good to have you. I'll bring the donuts. All of you are affiliated with my firm. I am the BIC, I am the firm, Julie's Real Estate Shop. Some of you may be the listing agent, some of you may be the selling agent. Some of you may leave, and that's fine, and be with a different firm. So we're going to walk through these agency relationships with our cast of characters. Everybody's going to be holding their signs so we know who they are as we go. But this is going to help us see who's representing who stands beside whom, how this whole breakdown works. And remember too, you guys, is the difference of being represented or unrepresented. The client is represented. The customer is unrepresented by Julie's Real Estate Shop. Maybe that customer is represented by another firm. I don't care about that. I care about my firm. The other thing that's going to come up in this conversation is the FSBO, for sale by owner. So when I say FSBO, like I said, if we can make an acronym out of it, we're going to. So when I say FSBO, this is who I'm referring to as the for sale by owner. The for sale by owner is unrepresented. They chose not to hire any firm. They're selling it on their own. So back to our book, we're going to start 152, go over to 153, and we're going to talk about the different types of agency relationships that can be created. Now, as we start getting into these, I like the chart at the top of page 153. It's kind of a nice summary of what we're getting ready to talk about. Not all the information you need, but it gives us a nice summary. And this is what I need you guys to understand. The real estate commission decides the different types of agency relationships that we can have. The firm decides how they officially want to practice. The firm decides how they want to proceed. So again, the commission gives us the parameters, and we can choose in those parameters how we want to proceed. So the first type of agency relationship that the firm may choose to practice is single agency relationship. The firm could choose to work with sellers only, which means firms that practice single agency, firms that work only with sellers, the only clients they will have will be the seller. Single agency firms mean how many different types of agency are we practicing in this transaction? Single means just one. In this case, not just this transaction, but this firm decides that they're only going to represent sellers. All buyers to the firm are customers. Maybe the buyers are unrepresented. Maybe the buyers come from a different firm. Doesn't matter. What matters is Julie's real estate shop only works with sellers. So let's think about what we're telling buyers and sellers. Let's say somebody hires you, your firm, a single seller agency only firm, to sell their home. Your firm's policy allows you to work with sellers. Your firm's policy only allows you to work with sellers. So you can put this seller in first class. You can give this seller old car and help them sell their home. But what if the seller looks at you and says, well, after I sell my home, I need to buy a home. Can you help me buy my home? Julie's real estate shop in this case, I can work with you as a customer, but I cannot put you in first class. I cannot have you hire me to help you buy. Why? Because we're a single agency firm. All we represent is sellers. So if we look at a picture, on one side, this line down the middle, I call the agency wall. So on one side, on the right-hand side of the agency wall, you have Julie's real estate shop, where we're all hanging out under Julie's real estate shop. And then you have the seller, and I allow one of you to be the listing agent. And then over here with the buyer, either the buyer is represented by another firm or they're not represented by anybody. Doesn't matter. What matters in this case is that the firm will only work with sellers. Through the eyes of the firm, buyers are customers. Yes, ma'am, Kiki, thank you for your patience.
So now I'm just a little bit confused. So you're saying single agency is seller only?
I'm saying
It
one
can't be-
form of single agency is seller
Okay,
only.
so it can be either seller only or either buyer only.
Yep.
Okay, I was just a little
One
bit
form of single agency. Yes, thank
Okay.
you for that. And we're getting to buyer next. Yep. So back up. Single agency, big picture. Single agency means the firm will only work with one client, maybe in this transaction or maybe ever. Single agency. So in this case, the firm is working only with sellers. Flip that coin. Another form of single agency could be firms that only work with buyers. So now the firm only represents buyers, which means I don't represent sellers. I don't have inventory to show you. So the properties that I'm showing these buyers are either listed by other firms or they're for sale by owners. Again, let's think about what we're telling the consumer. If you want to buy a house, I got you. I will put you in first class. I will give you old car. The moment you decide you want to sell that house, sorry, can't help you. You're on your own. Why? Because this is a single agency firm. The firm chooses to only represent and work with buyers. So buyers are clients, sellers are customers. Again, if we look at our picture, agency wall, now we got Julie's real estate shop. All of us are representing the buyer. I'm allowing one of you to act as the selling agent, also known as the buyer's agent. The seller is either represented by another firm or they chose to go for sale by owner. Doesn't matter. What matters is that the seller is not and cannot be represented by Julie's Real Estate Shop because we are a single agency firm. So firms are out there. We don't see this much in our populated markets. So Triad, Triangle, Charlotte, Asheville, Wilmington. But you get to more rural places, you will come across firms that only work with sellers. You will come across firms that only work with buyers. They are single agency firms. Another form of single agency are firms that will work with buyers or sellers, but only one per transaction. The first one in this transaction that hires us wins. The next one is a customer. So if the seller comes first, you get the listing, and then a buyer comes along, I can't represent the buyer because I already represent the seller in this transaction. Flip that coin. You've been working with the buyer, and now somebody calls you and wants to list a home that the buyer is interested in. I'm already working with the buyer. One type of agency per transaction. We'll work with either one, but only one per transaction. Still single agency. So if we look at our picture, either Julie's Real Estate Shop represents the seller. One of you is allowed to be the listing agent. In this case, the buyer is not represented by Julie's Real Estate Shop. Or Julie's Real Estate Shop represents the buyer. It's still single agency, which means how many clients per transaction? Just one. Now it's one or the other. It's all in how the firm chooses to operate. The real estate commission gives firms and agents, they give us choices. Again, they set the parameters. They say you can do whatever you want to within these parameters. So as long as the firm is creating, acting in those parameters, they can choose to work with one or the other. Questions on single agency?
They can have more than one client as long as it's under the one category. So if I'm a buyer, I can only, if I'm the buyer's agent, I can work with several buyers at one time.
But it's only one per transaction, BJ. That's right. That's exactly right. So you could have multiple buyers out there, but you're only going to represent one party in the transaction.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Good question. Thank you. Another type of agency relationship is sub-agency. And sub-agency can take on two different forms. Sub-agency is one of those things that can look two different ways. So let's break down sub-agency. The first form that sub-agency can take on is the one that we've discussed. Sub-agency means you're an agent of an agent. All of you are affiliated with Julie's Real Estate Shop. So when one of you gets a listing, guess what? In a sense, all of us got a listing because it's not the individual agent that gets the listing, it's the firm. So I allow one of you to be the listing agent. The rest of you then by default are sub-agents. Even though you're not the listing agent, you're still an agent of who? Of the firm. You're an agent of an agent. I cannot have you run around harming my clients. That'd be a violation of my independent contractor agreement. So one form of sub-agency, Julie's real estate shop, one of you is the listing agent. Everybody else in the firm is a sub-agent. If the listing agent leaves the firm, or the listing agent passes away, or the listing agent's license goes inactive or expired, the listing continues because the relationship is with the firm. So if one of you is the listing agent, and then you, for whatever reason, can't or won't fulfill those duties as a listing agent, guess what? Another one of you is going to get called up to the plate. Because I got to keep the show going, because I have a seller client or I have a buyer client. And I got to keep this show going. So if you leave, if your license goes inactive, the show goes on, because I got sub-agents. I got somebody else I can put in that place. So this is the first form of seller sub-agency. This is what we see all day, every day. When one of us gets a listing, all of us get a listing. When one of us gets a buyer, all of us gets a buyer, because it's not about you. It's about the firm. Questions on the first form of sub-agency? The second form of sub-agency gets a little trickier, and it's not as common as the first form, but it is still out there. You're still tested on it. You don't see it much, but as long as it's still out there, we still got to keep talking about it. The second form of seller sub-agency. My job as a broker is to find the sellers a ready, willing, and able buyer. That's what it's all about. Helping connect buyers and sellers in the transaction. Even if the seller doesn't hire me, even if the seller hires another firm, my obligation to them is to find them a ready, willing, and able buyer. When we talk about ready, willing, and able buyers, I always think of this three-legged stool. Ready, willing, and able. What happens if you knock one of these legs out of the stool? Stool falls over, doesn't it? What happens if you have a buyer that's ready and able, not willing? Stool is going to fall over. What if you have a buyer that's ready and willing, but not able? They can't get financing. They can't get loan approval. So in order to have a three-legged stool, I got to have all three of those pieces: ready, willing, and able buyer. The key, the trick to understanding this second form of seller sub-agency is that the party that you're working with is not the client. The party that you're working with is the customer. Hear me when I say words like with versus for. We work with the customer. We work for the client. So if I'm working with a buyer as a seller sub-agency, that buyer is my customer. Less common is buyer sub-agency. In a sub-agency, seller specifically, a seller sub-agency, the buyer is choosing to go through this transaction unrepresented. The buyer is choosing to go through this transaction as a customer. The buyer has chosen not to hire the firm. Why would a buyer not want to hire a firm? Well, we got a couple of different examples for you. What if this buyer is an investor that buys 12 to 15 properties a year? They kind of know what they're doing, right? They don't really need you. They need access in the front door to look at the property, take their measuring tape, determine what they're going to do with it when they buy it. But somebody that does this on the regular, like an investor, may not want representation because this is what they do for a living. They may choose, they may be okay with going through the transaction as a customer. Customers don't owe me commission. Customers don't owe me compensation, only clients. More on that in a second. Another reason why buyers may choose to be unrepresented, and I'm going to be very honest, there are a lot of agents out there that don't know how to explain agency. And if you're tripping all over your words and not making any sense, and the consumer has no idea what you're talking about, I don't make it really easy for them to want to hire me. So out of fear, they may choose to go unrepresented. We got to get good at creating agency. We need to be able to explain to the consumer exactly what agency is so they can trust that I have their best interest. But if I'm not doing a good job explaining it, they are reluctant to trust me. Make sense? You guys are consumers. I don't care if you're buying a house or a stick of gum, right? We are consumers. So this idea of seller sub-agency, first off, the most important thing to understand about this second form is that the buyer is unrepresented. The buyer is chosen to be a customer. It might be that you are working with this buyer as a seller sub-agent. Maybe that this buyer is interested in a property that your firm has listed. Maybe this buyer is interested in a property that another firm has listed. So this seller sub-agency, this seller sub-agent can bring their buyer customer to any transaction. Maybe it's an in-house transaction. Maybe it's a cooperating broker. I'm telling you guys right now, a lot of firms, many firms, and many sellers may not want to work with a seller sub-agent. What they very well may say is, bring me your buyer clients only. And that's what we're seeing a lot of. Listing firms don't want to deal with customers, buyer customers. They want to deal with represented buyers, buyers that come to the table with an agent, with representation. So the listing firm may have a policy that says, we're not going to work with these unrepresented buyers. We're not going to work with seller sub-agencies, seller sub-agents. If you can't bring me a buyer client, I'm not going to work with you. If your firm has that policy, we have to have that conversation with the sellers, because if you say no buyer customer, we're limiting our pool of buyers. So the seller needs to understand why we're limiting our pool of buyers. And the number one reason why we may choose to limit our pool of buyers and say buyer clients only is something called vicarious liability. Have you guys ever heard the expression living vicariously through somebody else, living through the eyes, through the actions of somebody else? Vicarious liability then means that the seller sub-agent, if they mess up, the listing firm and the seller could be accountable for their actions. Now, remember what we said. This could come in the form from an unrepresented buyer in-house. This could come in the form of an unrepresented buyer from another firm. In other words, if I allow you to come into this transaction as a seller sub-agent and you mess up, I could be held liable for you. And in many cases, if you're coming from another firm, I don't know you. I don't know what kind of training you've had. I don't know what kind of person you are. Are you ethical? Are you decent? I know absolutely nothing about you because you're not in my firm. But yet I'm allowing you to be part of my seller's transaction. You mess up, I could be held liable. So let's look at a couple pictures and then I'll open it up for questions. But let's take what we just said and put it in our cast of characters. Agency wall is the line down the middle. So on one side of the agency wall, you have the listing firm that hired, the seller hires the listing firm. The listing firm allows one of you to be the listing agent, work directly with the seller. The rest of you are sub-agents, the first form by default. Why? Because you are affiliated with Julie's Real Estate Shop. That's the first form of seller sub-agency. Now there's a buyer, another one of you within Julie's Real Estate Shop meets a buyer that chooses to be unrepresented. They choose to go through as the customer. The buyer, when chosen to be unrepresented, gets to hang out over here on this side of the agency wall all by themselves. The idea of being represented or unrepresented, I think it's best to envision going to court. If you go to court and you hire an attorney, you've hired somebody, you're represented in that court, right? You've hired somebody to stand there with you. If you go to court unrepresented, you're standing there by yourselves. You're going it alone. So this agent, this red agent with Julie's Real Estate Shop is with Julie's Real Estate Shop. The buyer chooses to be a customer. Maybe Julie's Real Estate Shop is a single agency firm and will only work with sellers. Buyer calls me, or this agent, red agent, and says, I want to buy this house. You can't hire me because we're single agency. So the only way for me to proceed with you is as a seller sub-agent, letting you be unrepresented, letting you be a customer. Or an agent with a different firm brings their buyer customer. Again, the trick, the key is that the buyer is unrepresented. In this case, the seller hires the firm. I allow one of you to be the listing agent. This agent with another firm brings the unrepresented buyer. In order for us to get paid anything in a transaction, I have to have a role. And the orange agent's role in this case is that of a seller sub-agent. I'm going to help the buyer through the transaction. Can somebody remind me what I owe the customer? What do I owe the unrepresented party?
Honest, fairness, and this material fact disclosure.
So even though you didn't hire me, you're unrepresented, I can still assist you through this transaction, right? Acting honestly and fairly and disclosing all material facts. But look at what side of the line this agent is hanging out on. You're not hired by the listing firm. The listing firm allows you to hang out over here with them so you can bring that unrepresented buyer to the transaction. If the listing firm says no to seller sub-agency, that means agents from other firms can only bring their buyer client. The multiple listing services has to tell us if seller sub-agency is allowed or not. That's one of those required fields when we're putting our listing in. A required field is what type of agency would we be willing to work with? Is it going to be as a buyer's agent, a seller sub-agent, or both? And again, the reason why a lot of firms are doing away with seller sub-agency is because of that vicarious liability. Every action you do as a seller sub-agent is not on behalf of the buyer. They're unrepresented. Everything you do is because it's what's in the best interest of the seller. That's what it means for me to allow you to hang out over here with us. And if you mess up, if you harm my seller, you could take us down with you. Can we see why we're not doing seller sub agency much anymore? There's liability, there's risk. Like I said, I don't know you. I don't know what kind of training you've had. I don't know if you're an ethical person. I don't know if you follow the laws and rules. All I know is you showed up out of nowhere with an unrepresented buyer and asked if you could be part of this transaction. How I respond to that is up to my firm's policy. Okay, questions on seller sub-agency? Yeah. Is that an accidental unmute?
Julie,
Hey,
hey, so I'm confused with how a seller sub-agent with a different firm ended up with an unrepresented buyer. I don't understand that connection.
okay. So for some reason, Dee, the buyer chose not to hire the firm. The buyer chooses to go through unrepresented. So maybe they say, I don't need agent. I can stand here by myself. I don't need you. Like I said, I'm an investor. I buy 15 homes a year. I don't need you. I just need access to the property. And that's why they may call you. I don't want to hire you. I just want to use you. I don't need to be represented. The buyer has to choose. Guys, understand this. Buyers and sellers buy and sell real estate every day without our assistance. There is no requirement or no obligation to hire an agent in a real estate transaction. So maybe the buyers had been burnt in the past by an agent. Maybe they've had a bad experience. Maybe they know somebody that has and they don't trust. They want to buy a house, but they don't trust. So I can still assist them through this transaction as a customer. I can still put them in coach and help them get through the transaction. But everything that I do for this buyer or with this buyer is because it's what benefits the seller. So when this unrepresented buyer finds this property and they want to write it up, is it in the seller's best interest that I write up and present the offer? You can't close if you don't go under contract, right? So isn't it in their best interest that I present the offer? Why am I presenting that offer? Because that's what's best for the seller. Now, when the buyer looks at me and says, how much should I offer? That's client level service. I can't interpret, I can't diagnose, I can't help you make decisions. If you want me to help you determine how much, you should have hired me. That's that difference in first class versus coach. They have to do away with some of their services. I'm going to hand you market data. I'm going to hand you a piece of paper and say, here's market data to help you decide what to offer. But as a customer, you don't get interpretation of that market data. I'm just handing you a piece of paper saying, here you go, let me know what you decide to do. That's that different level of service. Somebody says, so even the sub-agent is looking at the seller's best interest? Yes, because you're in this transaction as a seller's sub-agent. Sub-agent means an agent under an agent. The agent in this case is Julie's real estate shop. The sub-agent is the agent with a different firm that I allow to be a part of this transaction. If I allow to be a part of this transaction. When we come back from break, while we're on break, I'll pull up a listing from the Triad MLS. Maybe I'll be shameless and find one of my own, but I'll find us a listing in the Triad MLS and we can see the different choices. Buyer's agent only. You're not going to see seller sub-agent only, but you're either going to see buyer agent only or both. So when you have this unrepresented buyer, you know that you're limited on the properties that you can show them. The only properties you can show them are the ones that you've been allowed to hang out with over here on the left. And whether or not you're allowed to hang out over here on the left has got to be spelled out in the MLS. So if this buyer wants to see 123 Main Street and it says buyer agency only, you can't show it to them. Because what the listing firm and the seller is saying, we only want to work with buyers that are represented. So if it does allow you to bring your unrepresented buyer to the transaction, if it does allow you to hang out over here as a seller sub-agent, you'll get paid. And that's what the listing firm is sharing in the MLS. Will we allow you to work with a seller as a seller sub-agent? And if so, how much are we going to pay you to bring this unrepresented buyer to the transaction? So just like before, buyer's agents typically get paid by the listing firm. Seller sub-agents, if allowed, will also get paid by the listing firm. Those are our promises in MLS. A question comes in, can it say seller agency only? It can, and it is an option. You just don't see it. Because why would you not want the buyer to come with representation even from another firm? So I tend to think if it says seller sub-agency only, honestly, I tend to think that that's a mistake because you just don't see it. Ideally, we want our buyers to come represented, right? We want our buyers coming holding somebody's hand. We want our buyers coming with representation. You could, but I just don't think it happens. And if it does, I'm not sure that it's supposed to. Is this implied? No, because even in seller sub-agency, we're still having the conversation up front with the buyer. The first time we meet this buyer, we give them the option to hire us or not. And we can't just say, hey, buyer, nice to meet you. Do you want to hire me or not? I have to explain what it means to hire me. So at the end of my little spiel, if the buyer says, yeah, no, I don't want to hire you, we've entered into that agreement as an express agreement. It won't be implied. I'm not going to just start acting like a seller sub-agent. We have the conversation, and for whatever reason, the buyer says, I'm perfectly fine with buying a house and standing over here by myself. We don't see this that often. Can we understand why? If you were going to buy the house, think about the price tag on a house. If you were going to buy a house, don't you want somebody standing here with you? Don't you want somebody by your side? I think most buyers want to be represented. What about the rare one that doesn't? I acted as a seller sub-agent once. A gentleman called me. I had my father-in-law had a property and I had it listed for him. Gentleman called me as soon as he was on the phone. I said, the seller is my father-in-law. I represent my father-in-law. I was not going to put myself in a situation to try to represent the buyer in the same transaction because I felt like that would be a conflict of interest to my father-in-law. The gentleman that called me about the property was an investor. He flips homes and he does this multiple times a year. And he said, I don't need to hire anybody. I just need assistance through this transaction. Sweet. That made it really easy then, didn't it? So I was able to assist him. It would be like more this scenario in that case. I was able to assist him. I got to play two roles. I was the listing agent, and then I was also the seller sub-agent that worked with that unrepresented buyer. My job, remember the plane, you guys. My job is to safely and competently get the plane from point A to point B. What do I have to do for my parties in between to get them there, to get them to closing? And that's where my role came for that investor. My interest, my loyalty was to my seller, my father-in-law. But I still owed him honesty and fairness and disclosure material fact. I still owed him the duty, that unrepresented buyer, to get him through the transaction.
Julie, so let me correct me if I can think of an example that somebody might not need. Or so if someone was renting a property from someone and the person that owned the property was ready to sell it.
Bingo.
Okay.
That could be a great case. If we have an agent, if they have an agent involved, Travis, that may be a case where they don't need any agents, right? Just get an attorney to do that lease to own. But if they have an agent involved, it could be that one, the landlord is represented and the tenant is not. Now they want to sell and buy, right? We can assist them in that transaction. And we may proceed. I may be wearing two hats. I may be acting as the listing agent, working with the landlord. I may be working as a seller sub-agent of the unrepresented buyer. Question comes in, if this happens, do you get paid by the firm for both roles? That's up to the firm's policy. How you get paid in different agency relationships, single agency, seller sub-agency, and we were getting into dual agency next. How you get paid in the different type of agency relationships is all up to your firm's policy. Some have different policies for in-house transactions. Some have different policies for your role. But your firm has to tell you how they're going to share their commission with you, depending on your role. Did y'all hear what I just said? Whose commission is it? The firm. The firm decides how much of their commission they want to share with you. Yes, Cody, hey. I can't hear you. You're off mute. I hear mumbling.
There,
A little bit.
a little
Say
bit.
something. There you go. Hey.
Trying to understand this a little bit better.
Please.
So, say you have a property that you listed through your firm, and you have someone call you to take a look at the property. They look at the property and they say that they want to put an offer in. At what point do you talk to them about being the unrepresented buyer in that situation? Do you do it
And that's a great question, Cody. Thank you. We will learn later in this unit that I have a period of time very early in the relationship that I have to disclose my agency status, and I have to tell the consumer what agency options I have to work with them. So in one way, I really like Unit 7 because it gives us a lot of good information. But in another way, Unit 7 doesn't go in order. So we're talking about agency, we're forming agency, but we haven't discussed yet how we disclose agency. So we will disclose it at the very beginning. Disclosing agency is always first, except for in Unit 7, it's at the end. So we have these conversations very, very early in the relationship.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. I hope you wrote that down. In a seller sub-agency situation, the key, the trick to wrapping your brains around this, the buyer is the customer. The buyer is unrepresented. If the buyer is represented, then they're allowing somebody to hang out over here with them. But in a seller sub-agency, they're choosing to hang here, to be here by themselves. Again, when we come back from break, I'm going to show you where we can see this in MLS. Let's go ahead. It is break time, so let's go ahead and take 10. If you have any questions, of course, we're still on sub-agency, so we'll address it when we get back. But I definitely want to show you a real life example in MLS, so we'll see that. So, and then after break, we're going to get into dual agency, how we can work with both buyer and seller in the same transaction. So let's take 10. So we're back. Welcome back. Cameras are on. So I'm going to take attendance. And then we're going to take a little sneak peek into a multiple listing services. So we're not here to look at pretty listings, but this is Tried MLS. Once you get in, your buyer calls you. You're working as a seller sub-agent. You're working as a seller sub-agent, which means this buyer is your customer. Thank you for letting me know that you're back. So your buyer customer calls you. Your buyer customer calls you and says, I'm interested in 1416 West 4th Street, Winston-Salem. Can you show me this property this afternoon? Because you're a seller sub-agent, because this buyer's your customer, I can't answer that question yet. The first thing I need to do is come into MLS and I need to scroll down and I need to look at the agency type. The agency type is both, meaning they will allow me to show this listing as a buyer's agent. They will also allow me to show this listing as a seller sub-agent. It shows me how much I'll get paid if I bring this buyer. It spells it all out in the MLS. So to answer that question for my buyer as a seller sub-agent, can I show them 1416 West 4th Street? Yeah, because they allow me, because they tell me here, they'll allow me in. Now your buyer calls you and says, I want to see 315 3rd Avenue in Siler City. This buyer's all over the place, by the way. Now I want to see 315 3rd Avenue in Siler City. I'm an unrepresented buyer. You're a seller sub-agent. Can you show them 315 3rd Avenue? I'm not sure yet. We need to look in the MLS. And I scroll down, and now what does it say?
Buyer agency.
So can I show it as a seller sub-agent?
No.
No. The MLS will have to tell you if you're welcome or not as a seller sub-agent. Almost all of them want the buyer's agent, but the MLS will specify. So how you handle this buyer, and by the way, again, back in the day when we're talking to this buyer about being unrepresented, we got to let them know we may be limited to properties that we can't see because you chose not to hire them. So that may make the buyer decide to hire us, right? That may help a little bit, but you're limited. If it says buyer only, that listing firm has said, we don't want to work with seller sub-agents. Can't even show them this house. You're not welcome. All right, let's see. I saw a hand, and that was Phil. Hey, Phil.
Yeah, I guess the only confusing part is, I think you answered it, but a seller sub-agency, that doesn't necessarily mean the buyer isn't represented.
Yes, it
correct?
does.
It does?
That's exactly what it means.
Okay. Okay, so if they signed an agreement and all that, they wouldn't be a
There's
seller.
nothing to sign because they're
Right.
not represented.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So represented, that's a great point, Phil. Thank you. Represented, you're represented because you hire me through the use of an agency agreement. If you don't use that agency agreement, you didn't hire me. We don't have paperwork. We only have paperwork if you hire. Remember, you can either be my client or you can be my customer. Again, you guys, agency relationships, specifically seller sub-agency, and we're getting our head next with dual agency. This is one of these things that you need to spend time on. You need to review. You need to go over and over and over and over and over again. The more times you can expose yourself to this seller sub-agency, the better it's going to click. So when we get done, actually, before we leave today, I'm going to show you guys some other sources that you can use to kind of help you wrap your brains around this. Because remember, you guys don't have class on Thursday, which means you got like a week. I've given you the gift of time. So you have time to get this stuff solidified. And before we leave today, I'll show you some other sources so you can spend time with fun with agency until we come back together next Tuesday. The buyer is the customer. If the buyer hires you, you are a buyer's agent. If they don't hire you, we may be able to proceed, if allowed by the listing side, as a seller subagent. And as we said, I only got two options for us to work together. You can either be my client or my customer. So if the buyer says, no, I don't want to be your client, and the listing side says buyer agent only, so the buyer has said no, and the seller has said no, I'm out. I have no other legal alternative. Somebody has to allow me to be a part of this transaction. And if it's not the buyer, then it's the seller under the form of seller subagency. Remember when we talked last week about that transactional broker? And with the transactional broker, we said nobody in the transaction is a client. Everybody is customers. The transactional broker is not allowed in North Carolina. In North Carolina, in order for us to be involved in the transaction, somebody has to be hired. And in this case, it's not you that's hired. You're not a buyer's agent, but somebody is hired. So because Julie's real estate shop was hired, this is not a transactional broker. Even though you're the seller subagent with a different firm and you're not hired, somebody in the transaction is. Yeah.
So Julie, the sub-agency was developed or created when the buyer called to ask about this particular listing.
That's right.
Is that okay?
Yep. And that's what we do in our agency disclosure that for some reason we haven't got to yet. I do wish they would put it first, but we have these conversations. We define these roles up front. Failure to define the roles up front would be implied agency, which is never allowed. So you call me, say, I want to buy this house. We have some kind of express agreement. So we've spelled out these terms. This buyer knows that they are unrepresented. Yes. And again, agency disclosure is coming soon. Okay. So we've talked about single agency, where only one party is represented. We've talked about seller subagency, where only one party is represented, but now you're working with a unrepresented buyer or buyer customer. Now we need to talk about the scenario where both buyer and seller are represented by the same firm. Before I say any more, can we see the concern here? You're now putting yourself, your firm is putting themselves in a position to serve two kings. We have to take that old car and we have to equally split those duties. And when a firm represents both parties in the same transaction, that's referred to as dual agency. And the absolute simplest form of dual agency, the simplest definition of dual agency I can offer you guys is what you're looking at right here. Dual agency is one firm, one transaction, two clients. The seller has hired the firm to help them sell 123 Main Street. The buyer has hired the firm to help them purchase 123 Main Street. One transaction, meaning both buyer and seller have an interest in the same property. The seller's interest is to sell it, the buyer's interest is to buy it. And the firm has been tasked with the challenge of representing both in the same transaction. By the way, I got several slides on dual agency, so if y'all will hold your questions until the end, I promise I'll leave time. Fair enough? So bear with me for a few slides so we can explain it. Dual agency can be one agent working with both buyer and seller. Dual agent can be two agents within the firm, one working with the buyer and another one working with the seller. Dual agency is about the firm. Dual agency is not about the clients. It's not about the transaction. Dual agency is not best for the clients. I'll explain why in a second. Dual agency is what's best for the firm. Dual agency allows the firm to work with both in the same transaction if it comes up. In dual agency, everybody is in first class. Your coach is empty. There are 0 customers. So far, dual agency, one firm, one transaction, 2 clients. Meaning dual agency can only happen in in-house transactions. In-house transactions means buyer and seller are represented by the same firm. Dual agency doesn't just happen by accident. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent of both parties. Please write that second bullet point down. Even if you're not writing down notes on the PowerPoints, every single word, please write down that second bullet point, because I need you guys to get this ingrained in your brain. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent of both parties. So let's break that down. Intentionally created means it doesn't just happen. It happens with purpose. It happens because we created it. How do we create it? Informed written consent of both parties. Does informed mean we're going to say, hey, we're going to do dual, I just need you to sign here? What did I inform you of? Not much. Informed means we're going to explain what it means to be in a dual agency situation. Informed means we're going to tell the consumer, what does this mean to you if you agree to dual agency? Do the parties have to agree to dual agency? Do they have to? No. They got the option to say no. Guys, here's the deal with dual agency. Let's talk about this a little bit. Dual agency, I got to have both parties agree to do it. So let's run through a couple examples. Let's say you are the listing firm. You've been hired by the listing firm to sell the property. The seller is your client. And you're sitting at that listing appointment. And within our listing agreement, we have the explanation and the consent to do or not to do dual agency. So it's all in our listing agreement, part of our listing appointment that we're having the seller sign. We're going over it with the seller anyway. And we talked to the seller about, well, if you agree to dual, then my role is going to change. I have some things that I can't do. I can't offer you anymore, because if we agree to dual, I'm now serving 2 kings. And we'll talk a little bit more about what changes for my role. And the seller, if you tell the seller things like, I can no longer advocate for you. I can no longer offer you 100% loyalty. This isn't sounding really good to the seller, is it? And the seller may say, no, I don't want to share you. I don't want to split you down the middle. I want exclusive representation at all times. I do not want dual agency. Totally fine, totally up to the seller. The seller needs to understand what they're saying when they're saying no. If the seller says no to dual, What they're saying no to is that no broker within the firm can bring their buyer client to the transaction. How many clients in dual agency? You can show me. How many? 2. So if you say no, no broker within the firm can bring their buyer client. Other firms can bring their buyer client. We could do a cooperative transaction. The firm can bring their buyer customer, but they can't bring their buyer client. So the seller needs to understand, if they say no to dual, they're limiting the properties that they can, they're limiting the buyers that can see the property. They say no to dual, other firms only. Let's flip that coin. You're working with a buyer. You're at the buyer consultation. You and the buyer going through the buyer agency agreement, which also explains dual agency, which also gives us the opportunity to get the buyer's consent or non-consent to do dual. And again, you tell the buyer, I got to take some steps back. I can't give you full old car as a dual agent. So if you agree to this, we can see anything. If you tell that buyer, if that buyer says, no, I don't like the sounds of that, I'm not going to do dual, again, that's fine. The buyer needs to understand, if they say no to dual, what they're saying no to is they can't see anything that my firm has listed. How many clients in dual agency? 2. And if either one says no, we cannot, the firm cannot show or cannot bring the other side, the other client for the other side. Again, you guys, what happens in dual agency is we lose out on some things. And what we lose out on primarily is the firm's advocacy. Let's first understand what it means to advocate for somebody, advocacy. If you want to advocate for somebody, you're offering support. You're offering advice to help you make a decision. And what I'm telling my buyers and sellers, if they say yes to dual, my advice goes away. This is not what's best for buyer and seller, is it? Now I have a possible solution. Before you get all excited, we'll get to it. But let's take this idea so far. Do I have any football fans out there? We just got ramped up for the year, didn't we? All right. So let's talk about a football game and how we can compare a football game to dual agency. Even if you're not a football fan, you can follow along. You've seen football before, right? At least once, walking through the living room and saw it on TV. When you're watching a football game, isn't it clear when you look at the field that there are 2 players on the team? There's the home team and the away team, right? So if we take that football game and translate it to agency, the players on the field are the buyers and the sellers. Prior to being a dual agent, buyers and sellers get exclusive representation from the firm that they hire. The role of the firm prior to dual agency is that of the coach. The coach is on the sideline shouting advice to their one client. Get a home inspection, offer us under asking price, negotiate, counter. As the coach of one team, I'm shouting advice. I'm helping them win the game. In dual agency, enter dual agency. Buyers and sellers' role doesn't change. Buyers still buying, sellers still selling. In dual agency, my role changes. I can no longer be that coach. I can no longer be on the sideline shouting advice. Once I'm in dual agency, I become the referee. Is the referee still an important part of the game? Is the referee there to make sure everybody gets through the game following the rules? Is the referee telling the players what play to make next? No, they're not giving that advice. They are just making sure that everybody follows the rules. And the big thing that goes away in dual agency is our advocacy. There is no piece of advice that we can offer one party that won't harm the other. And remember, dual agency is about the firm. The firm has a duty to both teams. So in dual agency, the firm represents both buyer and seller with equal loyalty in the same transaction. How do we do this? Well, we got to have written permission of both parties, intentionally created with informed written consent. After class, write that down again. Write it down again. Write it down again. Intentionally created with informed written consent. So I have written permission of both parties, and I somehow have to navigate through the transaction without compromising either principle. I'm now tasked to serve two kings fairly and equally. Again, this is our agency wall. That little orange line is our agency wall. And in dual agency, on one side of the wall, we have the buyer. On the other side of the wall, we have the seller. And straddling the wall is the firm and all the agents in the firm. We are straddling this wall 50-50. Size of the firm, bear with me, please. Size of the firm does not matter. Dual agency is one phone call away. The bigger the firm, the more listings you have. The more listings you have, the bigger chance you have to run into dual agency. But what if you're a sole practitioner? How many do we say we're a sole practitioner? A sole proprietor? Just one. You're a one-man show. You have one listing with one sign in one yard. One buyer calls you and says, I'm interested in your listing and I'd like to be represented. Boom, there's dual agency. Now that we have both, again, if you have 1,000 agents in your firm, you have more than one listing, you have a better chance to bump into dual agency. But I don't want you to think that dual agency only happens in big firms. You can be a one-man show and run into dual agency because it's not about you. It's about the firm and offering that same equal, loyal duties to both. By the way, you guys, when we say the firm, some firms have multiple office locations. So if your firm has a location in Greensboro, Burlington, and Raleigh, you are all still with the same firm. It's all the umbrella of the firm. So remember, dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. It doesn't just happen. I can't just start acting like I have both of your interests, both of your best interests. That's implied agency, undisclosed dual agency, and it's not allowed. The only way we're allowed to do dual agency if it's intentionally created with informed written consent by both parties. Undisclosed dual agency is never allowed. Undisclosed dual agency means you just start acting like you have both parties' best interest. This is our implied scenario. We need to be careful on what we say to the people, to the public. Again, it's not their job to know my job. We shouldn't assume that they should know all this when they meet me. It's my job to explain my job to them. So let's say, for example, you're doing an open house on Sunday. You're doing an open house for a seller that your firm represents. Maybe you're the listing agent. Maybe you're another agent in the firm that's doing the open house, try to get buyer leads. Either way, the firm represents the seller. A buyer walks into your open house and starts acting like they're interested in the listing. And you start acting like you have that buyer's best interest. I can share information with you. I can help you get under contract. I'm going to do all this stuff to help this thing close. You've just engaged in implied agency, specifically undisclosed dual agency. Before we can continue with that buyer, they need to know that I already represent the seller. And if they too choose to be represented by the firm, now we're in a dual agency situation. So disclosed dual agency is purposely created. And it is purposely created, there it is again, with informed written consent. And even though we're in dual, again, maybe it is one agent working with both, single dual agency. Maybe it's two agents in the firm, one working with the buyer, one working with the seller. They're still our clients, and we still owe them protection from not disclosing their confidential information to the other side. So even when we're in dual, I don't have a golden ticket to run around and blab their confidential information. I still have a duty to both buyer and seller to keep their confidential information confidential. So let's bring Julie's real estate shop into this, and then I'll open it up for questions. So Julie's real estate shop has been hired by the buyer and the seller. I allow one of you to act as the selling agent. You're no longer standing up here side by side with the buyer like you were before. You're here hanging out with the firm. And I allow another one of you to be the listing agent. Again, you're not up here hand in hand with the buyer. We're all under the firm. The firm is splitting that duty and that loyalty between the buyer and the seller. So this is dual agent for two agents. Dual agency could also be one agent, one working with both. Again, it's about the firm. Dual agency is about the firm. And we're finding this way, this duty to represent both buyer and seller in the same transaction. And the only way that we can treat them both fairly is if we take a few steps back. Again, our advocacy goes away. Advocacy, as we said, I can't advise you. I can't advise you through the transaction. So in dual agency, we need to be on alert for questions that start with like, should I do this? Do you recommend that I do that? We're being asked for advice. Let's say, for example, your buyer wants to know if they should ask the seller for repairs. They've had all their inspections done and they found something that's broke, and your buyer says, I'd like to ask the seller for repairs. And then they call you and they say, should I ask the seller for repairs? I cannot answer that question without harming somebody in the transaction. If I say, no, don't ask for repairs, I favor my seller. If I say, yeah, ask for repairs, I have favored my buyer. That's what we mean by advice. The buyer wants to know how much should they offer. If I say anything under asking price, I've harmed my seller. If I say anything over asking price, I've harmed my buyer. There's no piece of advice as a dual agent that we can give that doesn't harm one side or the other. And again, I got a possible solution for dual, so bear with me for a second. But let's I'm looking at some ceilings and some walls, by the way. I hope you guys are still listening because I think dual agency is kind of important. So, okay. Phil had a question. Cameras are supposed to be on
yeah.
at all time, you guys.
Yeah, sorry. So I guess two-part question. My
Mhm.
assumption is based on we've bought a lot of homes over the years and I've never really paid attention to that stuff is my assumption is most firms are dual agency. That's my assumption. And so how do you, like when you ask the agent, you've asked the agent questions. I know that you by law, you have to disclose material facts. Like if you know a zoning thing is coming in, right? Even though that could, right, that you have to do, correct?
We
Regardless.
always have a duty to disclose material facts.
Right, if
Correct.
they're gonna knock a building down and put a park up or vice versa or whatever.
Correct.
So what is the most common? Because just thinking over the years, I assume like when I check the boxes, when I'm filling out the things, I think they're all dual agency, but again, because you're a professional and you're a teacher, most of the agents, we've asked questions, they answer them. You know what I mean? But it sounds like they're not supposed to.
I'm not telling you everybody practices dual agency correctly. I'm
Right.
telling you what the real estate commission
Correct.
says. You got
Right.
real world,
Right, right,
and then you got pre-licensing world.
right.
I need you in pre-licensing world.
Okay, okay. So what is the most
Does
common?
everybody do it right? No, they don't.
What's
It's not
the
a
most
problem until it's a problem, and now it's a problem.
right? So which is the most common form of is my assumption right? It's dual agency?
I don't. I mean, I don't have numbers about that, but you know, honestly, I think it's more common to have cooperating transactions.
Okay.
But again, without knowing the numbers, there's a lot of dual agency going on out there right now as we speak.
So that's what I thought it was the cooperative, but I was looking under the type of agency relationships. What is that called? It's not an exclusive seller agency, is it? Or exclusive buyer? Would that fall under that, the
That's
cooperative?
correct, because an exclusive seller agency, one seller is your client, the seller is your client, one party's your client, the other party isn't, but they could be represented by another firm.
Okay.
What we care about with that is that you're only representing one side.
Okay.
They very well could be cooperating with another firm.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see. Can the buyer see the listed property and if interested be referred to another firm? Yes. So the firm may choose not. Again, the real estate commission says these are the parameters of agency. The firm decides how they want to work, how they want to operate within those parameters. So the firm could very well decide we're not going to do dual agency, in which case that firm would be a single agent, which means we only represent one in the transaction, buyer or seller. Dual agency then means we have two clients within the same firm. Do you normally make a bigger commission if you're a dual agent? That's up to your firm's policy. There is no set standard on the firm's policies on commission. They're free to create. So could you make more in an in-house transaction than a cooperating transaction? You could, if that's what your firm's policy says.
Julie, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, in the scenario that you said with the open house, for example, and let's say the seller is saying no dual agency. I'm not giving written consent for that. The buyer comes in and says, hey, you know, I'm interested in this property. Can you help me? Our only role then could be a sub-agency. Is that right?
Or say that last part again, Dee.
Our only role would be a sub-agent of the seller, right?
So there's only two things we could do in that scenario. We either work as a seller sub-agent and the buyer customer because the seller has said no to dual, or maybe we refer that buyer to another firm where they could be represented.
Okay.
So that's a great point, Dee. Buyer comes in your open house and says, I want to buy this house and I want to be represented. Whether or not you can proceed at that point is dependent on if your seller has said yes or no to dual agency. If your seller has said no, they come into your open house, we got to send them down the street to somebody else because that buyer wants to be represented. If they say, I don't care, then we can proceed with them as that buyer customer. You got it.
Okay.
Let's walk through this together. Everybody hold your hands up. We're going to try and have some fun with this. Hold your hands up. Show me how many firms in a dual agency transaction. Everybody, show me. How many firms? Just one firm. How many transactions? How many addresses am I dealing with here? Just one address. How many clients? 2. Dual agency is one firm, one transaction, 2 clients. You're stuffing everybody in first class.
How is it just one address?
One transaction. So the seller is selling 123 Main Street. The buyer is buying 123 Main Street.
Oh yeah, duh. Sorry.
No, that's good. We're wrapping brains around it. They're all good questions, you guys. The only bad questions are the ones you don't ask. And guys, I get it. Listen to me. I get it. Many of you just met dual agency for the first time 40 minutes ago. I hope some of you looked it up before class and at least expose yourself to the verbiage. But either way, you guys are new to dual agency. And remember what we said last week, you guys, agency, understanding agency isn't just a one and done. So it's not like you can sit in class today and say, dual agency, got it, move on. If you think you got dual agency, there's a good chance you're doing it wrong. So why don't you go back and revisit, rewatch, reread, re, and all these other tools I'm going to share with you guys to help you get it, because you got to get it. And please don't think, like I said, I got to get you through the test. There's a whole post-licensing class on agency, which covers more test questions on dual agency. But as many of you know from your personal experience, not all agents run around practicing agency properly. Does that make it okay through the eyes of the Real Estate Commission? If everybody else went and jumped off the George Washington Bridge, does that make it okay? If it goes down, you guys, the commission is gonna say, I don't care what everybody else is doing. This is how you aren't handling agency properly. Y'all, there are over 100,000 active licensees in the state of North Carolina right now. Pause, wait for that number to sink in. Over 100,000 active licensees in the state of North Carolina right now. They can't be with all of us all of the time to make sure we're doing it right. However, it's not a problem until it's a problem. And now you got a problem on your hand. How many of you speed on the highway? Come on. Do you get pulled over every single time you speed? Or just that rare chance you get caught? You guys with me? This is the same thing with agency. You got that rare chance you're going to get caught. I want to take just a minute. We danced around the word. I do want to address it. Let's go back to that little chart on page 153. You guys see on page 153, it talks about exclusive seller agency. It talks about exclusive buyer agency. When we're talking about agency, the word exclusive means a whole lot. Let me ask you guys something. If you're dating somebody exclusively, how many people should you be dating? You should only be dating one. So if you're in an exclusive relationship, or better yet, if a client is in an exclusive relationship with you, exclusivity means that the client should only be dating one firm. The client is only loyal to one firm. When we get into dual agency, exclusivity goes away because now the clients have to share us with each other. So you either exclusively represented by the firm or you're being shared by the firm in dual agency. We all owe that same equal loyalty to both parties in the transaction.
Julie?
Yeah.
In a single agency, so a single agency can do both, represent the seller and buyer, but just one at, so your agency ABC, they can represent a seller and then a different client could be a buyer, right? So they could do both, right? But it's whoever is first in the door.
That's right.
Okay.
One or the other.
Okay,
Dual
thank you.
agency, we're representing everybody. Let me ask you guys a couple questions. Why don't you set your chats, private chat. Let's walk through a couple scenarios here. In a private chat, please tell me A, B, C, or D. Rayanne? Okay, so Tara's a broker with XYZ Realty. She enters into a listing agreement with the seller. Stop. What is the seller to Tara?
Client.
The client.
The seller is Tara's client. How do we know that? Because they have entered into an agency agreement. They created agency, so the seller is Tara's client. Everybody good so far? Okay. Later, Tara finds a buyer for the same property and agrees to represent the buyer. So now Tara is not automatically a dual agent. Tara may be able to do a dual agency once she gets permission from both. To just start acting like a dual agency, a dual agent is implied agency, undisclosed dual agency. What do we know about undisclosed dual agency?
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed. So in practicing dual agency, you can't just start acting like an agent without having the discussion. You can't just start acting like a dual agent. She's one step closer. She's got the seller client, and now she got a buyer that wants represented in the same transaction. The only other thing that she needs is informed written consent from both. So she may be able to work with both as long as she gets permission from both. Questions on this? Let's see. What if the seller says no and the buyer is already in agreement? So if one party says yes to dual and the other party says no to dual, I cannot proceed. I got to have both parties say yes to dual. Now, can people change their minds? Do you guys ever change your mind? I do. right? I mean, I don't know how many times I changed my mind just on the top I was going to wear today. People change their minds all the time. Can they change their mind on dual agency? Absolutely. So let's go back to a scenario again, walking through a couple scenarios. You're at the listing appointment. The seller, you explain dual agency because you're a good agent. So you explain dual agency, and the seller very rightfully looks at you and says, no, I don't want to do that. The whole reason I'm hiring an agent is to have an advocate, is to have somebody hanging out over here with me. And now you're telling me there's a situation where you can't? Absolutely not. I'm not signing up for that. That's a pretty fair response, right? I mean, guys, let's just go ahead and put this out there. Dual agency is not what's best for the buyer. Dual agency is not what's best for the seller. Dual agency is what's best for the firm to allow both buyer and seller in this transaction. So if you're properly explaining dual agency, the seller's going to say, no, I'm not going to do that. Are you kidding me? Now, let's say this property is fine. That's your right. You tell the seller, no agent in my firm can bring their buyer client. There's 800 agents in my firm right now. So you're limiting those pool of buyers. Seller says, no, I'm not doing it. Say, great. No to dual agency. In a normal market, homes sit for sale longer than a couple days. In a normal market, homes are sometimes listed for like a month or 2, 4, right? They sit on the market for a minute. So you have this seller, they initially said no. Fast forward 4 months. We still have this thing on the market. We haven't had much interest. The showings we've had, the buyers haven't bid, they haven't made an offer. Open houses haven't been well attended. We just haven't had a lot of interest. Until 4 months later, lo and behold, somebody else in your firm wants to bring their buyer client. As it stands right now, can they? No, because the seller said no. So what do you do as the listing agent? We go back and revisit dual agency with the seller. Listen, I know what you said. However, I know you're anxious to sell. We've been on the market for 4 months. Would you please reconsider dual agency so we can allow this showing, so we can allow this buyer the possibility to proceed? The seller is capable of changing their mind. The only way to change an agreement previously in writing, let me back up. I kind of tripped over that a little bit, didn't I? Once you have an agreement in writing, the only way to change that legally is in writing. So if your seller changes your mind, we just need to whip out our listing agreement and make that change. Same thing with the buyer. You're working with a buyer client. You explain dual agency. The buyer says, that's not why I'm in this. I'm in this for advocacy. I'm in this to be fully represented. Buyer, you need to understand, if you say no to dual, what you're saying no to is you can't see anything that my firm has listed. The buyer said no to that, which means the properties that I'm showing them are either listed by another firm or FSBOs. The buyer says no. Fast forward a month and a half, and the dream home comes on the market, and that dream home is listed by your firm. Should we revisit dual agency with that buyer? Give them the opportunity to change their mind, to assist in the transaction. So just because they say yes or no to dual at first, doesn't mean that they can't change their mind later. Let's see, is it the lack of written agreement that makes, let's see, Victoria, I'm not following.
Oh, I meant that was from the example that we did.
I got you.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have the time to write out the.
Perfect.
answer.
Thank you. Okay, so is it the lack of a written agreement? No, what makes it D is because we already have a listing agreement. We have a buyer that wants to be represented. So I'm heading towards dual agency, but I cannot proceed. That may be able to work, because I gotta have both of their permission. So I can't assume that they're both gonna say yes. Once they do, now I can proceed.
Okay,
Sure.
I was just confused because when they said they agreed to represent the buyer, but I guess they're saying the buyer didn't agree to it.
They're saying that the buyer, well, we don't know yet. And that's
Okay.
that maybe. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We don't know that. All we know is the buyer wants represented. Can I proceed in this transaction? Maybe, if I can get both parties to say yes.
Oh, okay, thank you so much.
Of course. All right, you guys, we need a break. Go rest your brains for a minute. When we come back, of course, we'll answer any questions from Joel that you think of between now and then. We also will talk about our possible solution for dual agency. It does start to look a little bit better. So let's take 10 and we'll keep going. Back cameras are on. I am going to take attendance. Welcome back. Oh, Abby, I just got you. You are in. Before we pick up, I don't want to forget. I was asked after last class about study groups. Some of you may be interested in joining a study group, participating in a study group. If we're going to be totally honest with each other, one disadvantage we have to being on Zoom is you guys don't have the ability to network with each other and to form study groups with each other. Back in the day before Zoom, when we were still in person, you guys would go out in the hall on break, you would chit chat, and then you say, hey, let's go to Panera Bread after class and study. You don't have that luxury on Zoom. So if you're interested in a study group, if you want to talk to your peers about a study group, I will leave this call open after class. So you guys can share contact information and decide how you may best meet. I never share your contact information without your permission. So I'm not going to be the one sharing information. That's up to you. Not all of you are in the same location. So in-person study groups may not be convenient. You may want to consider meeting like a private Facebook group. I've known students that have done WhatsApp, however you guys want to connect if you're interested in connecting. So after class, I'm going to go away. I've never been involved in the formation of study groups, and I don't plan on starting now. So after class, I'll go away 2 o'clock and we'll be ready to eat lunch. So I'm going to leave, let you guys eat while I go eat lunch and let you guys share information. And I will leave the call up as long as you guys need. I say that, but I got another appointment at 3. So I got to kick you guys out by 3 so I can get on to my other call. Anyone have anything to say about study groups? What you guys do, how you do it? Like I said, I've never been involved, except if you have a question. If you have a question about the material, involve me. But how you form, how you set up, how you create, that's all up to you guys. The other thing I have to say about a study group, somebody needs to keep you guys on point. It's so easy when you get together as a study group and talk about something other than anything other than pre-licensing, and you've just wasted precious study time. So with a study group, you got to stay on point. You got to stay on topic. I've seen those go bad as well. Okay. So what's our solution to dual agency? Like we said, dual agency, I think we're all in agreement. Dual agency is not what's best for the client. Dual agencies means they're losing some of me. So how can we help the client? How can we help the client when the firm's representing both parties? How can we help the client with that loyalty, with that full agency that we promised them from the beginning? And the possible solution to dual agency is called designated dual agency. Again, this is one of these topics, you guys. Let me get through it, please, and then I'll open it up for questions. Designated dual agency is a form of dual agency, which means I have one firm, one transaction, and 2 clients. This is where dual agency starts getting a little bit different. Dual agency can never be one broker. Dual agency is always 2. So there's one big difference right there. There's no such thing as single designated dual agency. That doesn't exist. We're still dealing with one firm. We're still dealing with one transaction. We're still dealing with 2 clients. But now one of the bigger differences that we're seeing is you must have 2 brokers. One working with the seller, the other one working with the buyer. I need everybody to understand this. Designated dual agency is optional. It's not automatic. It's not guaranteed. The firm has to agree to allow designated dual agency. It should be in the firm's policy. Now, there is no commission rule that says that they must have a written policy. The commission rule says that it's recommended that they have a policy. As with dual, I have to have both parties consent. So we have to have a yes to dual. And if the firm allows it, can we have a yes to designated? So we're once again back to our informed written consent by both parties. In designated dual agency, the BIC is the broker in charge. They are going to appoint or designate one agent to work exclusively with the seller. And then the broker in charge is going to appoint or designate a different agent to work exclusively with the buyer. Do we see the magic word in designated? In designated, it brings back exclusivity. You were exclusive before dual. You lose exclusivity in dual. But in designated, exclusivity comes back. So as a reminder, here's our agency wall. You have the buyer, you have the seller, you have the firm and all the agents straddling the wall. This is dual agency. In designated, the BIC can kick one agent off the wall to work exclusively with the buyer, and they can kick a different agent off the wall to work exclusively with the seller. These two agents have been designated. These two agents bring exclusivity back to the buyer and the seller. These two agents can proceed. They might as well be with two different firms. Advocacy comes back. Exclusivity comes back. Dual does not go away. The firm and all the other agents in the firm are still straddling the wall. Exclusivity only comes back for those two agents that have been designated. So we first get a yes to dual. Once we have a yes to dual, if the firm offers it, if the firm has it available, then we can ask the parties, do you want exclusivity? To which case they're probably going to say, yeah, that's why I hired you to begin with. So if the firm offers it, then we can offer it to them. If I have two yeses, we can practice. Let's go back to our football game. Before dual, we were the coach, and we were exclusively representing buyer and seller. In dual, that exclusivity goes away. In dual, I'm no longer the coach. I'm now the referee. Bring in designated. My role is going to change yet again. And now that I've been designated, now that I've been kicked off the wall, I go back to being the coach. I'm back on the sidelines. I'm back shouting advice. I have been designated to work exclusively with the buyer or the seller. There's a couple caveats to designated. First off, please understand, the firm has to have it as an option. The firm has to allow it. I think we like to think that designated is just going to happen. It's automatic because that's what's best for the buyers and sellers. Yes? So we like to think that it's going to happen. But when you guys are reading these test questions, don't just assume that we're going to be designated because that's what's best for the clients. They're going to have to tell you because it's not optional. It's not automatic. So a couple caveats to designated. The firm doesn't have to offer it. The individual agents cannot be designated if you have received prior confidential information about the other side. So let's go back to our agency wall. Buyer on one side, seller on the other, firm and all the agents straddling the wall. We're in dual agency. And now we possibly have the opportunity to be designated. So first off, the firm offers it, and I have informed written consent by both parties. Now what's going to happen is the broker in charge is going to look at one of the agents in the firm, probably the one that's been working with the buyer all along anyway, and ask that agent, do you know anything about my seller that could harm them in this transaction? Do you know their motive for selling? Do you know the terms that they're looking for, the price point, the listing or the sales price that they want? If this agent doesn't know anything about the seller, then they can be designated to work with the buyer. Then the broker in charge is going to go to a different agent in the firm. Again, presumably the one that's already been working with the seller all along. And they're going to ask this agent, do you know anything about my buyer that could harm them in this transaction? And maybe this agent says, well, I mean, the buyer and I are on the PTA together. Our kids play soccer. Could it stand to reason that you know something about them? Maybe you know their motive. Maybe you heard them 2 months ago talk about how they're getting ready to go through a divorce. So now why are they selling? Well, we know their motive for selling is because of the divorce. Could that harm them in the transaction? Could that be used against them in negotiations? Absolutely. So because you know something, I don't care how you know it, because you know something, that person cannot be designated to work with the seller, which means the BIC needs to go to another agent in the firm to designate them. Now, the first agent, you worked with the seller, you listed the property, you started this transaction. I can get you a referral fee. I can still get you a little bit of money. But right now, I got to do what's best in the transaction for my clients. And what's best for my clients is to bring back exclusivity. You can't be designated because your kids play soccer together. However, somebody else can be. I'll get you a referral fee. Y'all don't worry about your money. Question comes in, does the firm have to allow any sort of dual agency? No. They can be a single agency firm that offers to work with buyers or sellers. If they agree to work with both in the same transaction, now we're dealing with dual agency. If we agree to allow designated, we can take that a step further. So this is one caveat to being designated. You cannot go into this transaction as a designated dual agent if you have confidential information about the other side. The other caveat, y'all, I'm not kidding, is probably the biggest problem topic in Unit 7. The provisional broker, who is soon to be you guys, once you get licensed, you'll be on provisional status. The provisional broker cannot be designated opposite of their broker in charge. As a provisional broker, your BIC should be in your back pocket. As a provisional broker, your BIC is working you through listing appointments, consulting you during buyer's appointments. If they're not sitting there with you when you go to that listing appointment, they're helping you prepare for it. They're helping you get ready for it. They're helping you with it. They're helping you get that business. So just by the very nature of their relationship, shouldn't the BIC know something about the PB's client? If the BIC's doing their job, they should know something about the provisional broker's client. Because of that, the BIC comes into that with prior confidential information about the other side, and the BIC can never be designated opposite of the provisional broker. Hear me. The BIC and the PB can be in dual together, because dual is about the firm. So they can be in dual together. They cannot be designated opposite of each other. Any other relationship is allowed as long as you don't come into this with prior confidential information. So a provisional broker can be designated opposite of a provisional broker. A provisional broker can be designated opposite of a full broker. You can have two full brokers designated opposite of each other. You can have a full broker and their broker in charge. Any other relationship is allowed as long as they don't come into this with prior confidential information about the other side, the side that they're designated opposite against. So our picture, Julie's real estate shop, there we are in Dual. Here we are all down here in Dual, straddling the wall. But now we have exclusivity back, which means I got one of you up here holding the buyer's hand. I got a different one of you up here holding the seller's hand. Exclusivity comes back in designated. Before I open it up for questions, let me just share. This is straight from our listing agreement. We'll look at our listing agreement in Unit 8, but in the meantime, I just went and took a snapshot and put this in so we could have a conversation. The authorization to do or not to do dual agency is built into our agency agreements. So we don't have to make up our own words. It's already here for us. So within our agency agreement, we have to get authorization. Instructions tell us to initial dual agency or exclusive representation. So either the seller authorizes the firm to act as a dual agent, representing both the seller and the buyer, or the seller wants exclusive representation and does not authorize dual agency. So the seller in the listing agreement has some choices. You either okay with giving up exclusivity and allow the firm to work as a dual agent, or you're not. You want to keep that exclusivity. You want somebody there holding your hand. If the seller says yes to dual, then we can proceed. If the firm offers it, it even says initial if firm offers. If the firm offers it and I get a yes to dual, then we can proceed and see if we can get a yes to designated.
So, Miss Julie, can you go back to the where you had the provisional broker, that I'm lost on that. So the broker in
Okay.
charge, the one broker in charge clearly is going to know something, right?
If they're doing their job right.
Okay. So then the breakdown at the bottom, can you go back over that again?
These are the relationships that are allowed to be designated. So you can have a PB designated opposite of a PB. You can have a PB designated opposite of a broker. You can
Okay, so
have
these are opposites.
Correct.
Okay,
These
gotcha.
relationships are allowed to be designated as long as you don't have prior confidential information going into designation. Those are the two caveats. BIC and PB cannot be designated opposite of each other. Nobody can be designated if you come into this with prior confidential information. Designated is what's best for the clients. Designated brings exclusivity back. It brings advocacy back. Once you've been designated, proceed. You might as well be with two different firms. So once you've been designated, you've been kicked off the wall. So now one of you has been designated to work with the selling agent. I've designated another one of you to work with the listing agent. Let's say the listing agent somehow learns something about the buyer that could affect them in this transaction. I don't care how. The listing agent learns about the buyer's motive or the buyer's terms or the buyer's price. Who does this listing agent have their loyalty to?
Seller?
The seller. So once you've been designated, if you learn something about the other side, You owe it to your client to tell them. That's what we mean by bringing back exclusivity. You might as well be with two different firms, but you're not. You're designated. You've been kicked off the wall. You've been appointed to work exclusively with one party, and you proceed with that one party, giving them full old card, advocacy, the whole shebang. Designated make us feel a little bit better. The warm fuzzies are back, right? I love you guys. When you guys send me your introductions on the first day, which, by the way, if you haven't done it yet, don't forget to do so. Don't do it now. We're in the middle of class. But you guys come to me on the first day, and I love you guys because you say, I'm here because I want to help people achieve the American dream. I want to be an advocate for people to help them buy or sell. And now here I am babbling on about an opportunity that you may not be able to do that. You may not be able to give that advocacy. And that doesn't sit real well with us, does it? If your firm offers designated and the parties agree to it, now we're back to doing what we want to do, fully representing, giving that advocacy, etc. Yes, ma'am.
So does that in saying that it brings back exclusivity and old car, so that does that mean you could intentionally try to find out things about the other party?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. You could seek it out if you want to, because you have been designated. You've been kicked off the wall. Your only loyalty now is to that party.
Okay.
But me, the firm, and everybody else is still in duel. We're still straddling that wall. It's just you, Kiki,
Okay.
that can go seek out information about the other side. Anybody else does it, you violated your firm's duties because you're still in duel.
Got it.
Good stuff, isn't it? Let's walk through another scenario. So you guys are all with Julie's Real Estate Shop. You got your license. And now you're going to come affiliate with me. We're all in the same firm. Welcome aboard. We're doing sales meeting this morning. So everybody comes in the office. I'll bring breakfast. Y'all like donuts? If you like donuts, you're getting into the right industry because you get donuts like at least weekly. So if you like donuts, you're doing good. So I'm going to bring the donuts. We'll have coffee, whatever. We're going to have a nice sales meeting. Part of my sales meeting every week is probably going to be to ask you guys, does anybody have a listing coming? It's okay to talk about the property. We can talk about the property all day long. We need to be careful when we start talking about the people. So I ask you guys, does anybody have a listing coming? And I look up, I'm just going to pick at somebody on random. I see Grace. Grace says, yeah, I got a listing coming this week. And I say, Grace, that's awesome. Share with us your listing. And Grace says, well, it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It has a garage. The neighborhood has a community pool, good school boards, good school district, da-da-da-da-da. Grace is just talking about the property. Did we learn anything about the people when Grace is talking about the property? That's nothing you can't find on Zillow, right? You can go to the website, you can go online and look up a 3-bed, 2-bath, community pool, whatever else I said. That's all information about the property. So now let's say, because I'm not a really good broker in charge, by the way. So while Grace is talking, I go off and do my own thing. Maybe I'm getting my donut and I'm not really paying attention. And Grace keeps talking. And Grace says, yeah, this is kind of a sticky situation because the sellers found out that they have to transfer for a new job and they have to move halfway across the country and they really need to be there in about 3 months. So they want a fast sale so they can go ahead and put this behind them. Did Grace just mess up? Kind of, sort of, but technically I messed up more than Grace did. So Grace, I can't point all the finger at you, but let's think about what Grace just did. When I allowed her to switch gears from talking about the property to the people, guess what Grace just did? She prevented any of you, all of you, from becoming designated if that opportunity comes up. Because you all now know the seller's motive. You all know something about them that in negotiations could affect them. You know they need a fast sale. So if you were working with that buyer, what would you tell the buyer? Lowball them, bring us a low offer, right? Did that just harm my seller? Yes. So because I allowed, and Grace, thank you for letting me pick on you, because I allowed Grace to talk about the people, what's that mean for all of you? That means none of you can be designated. And if I have 100% attendance in sales meeting, then designation for this transaction isn't an option, because we all now know something confidential about the other side. This is a good lesson. We can talk about the property all day long. Be very, very careful when talking about the people. Specifically with the people, what's their price point? How much are they willing to offer? How much are they willing to accept? What's their motive for buying or selling? And what are any terms that they're looking for? Terms that they would find acceptable, such as, we need a fast sale. We need a quick sale so we can move halfway across the country and start this new job. Be very, very careful what we say in the office to your peers. And it might be in that same sales meeting, I asked Sabrina if she's got any buyers come, and Sabrina says, yeah, I just picked up a buyer client. And I say, Sabrina, what are your buyers' needs? And Sabrina says, well, my buyers need a 2-story, they need a gated community, right? Sabrina's just telling us what the buyer wants in the property. We can talk about the property. Sabrina can't say what they're pre-approved for, how much they're willing to pay. Sabrina can't talk about the people, because if she does, then none of us can be designated. Thank you again for Sabrina. You guys are much better agents than that. I know that. I'm the bad bit that puts you in that position. Talk about the property all day long. Careful what you say about the people, even in-house. Yes, ma'am.
So I just have a question about the provisional broker. Are they allowed to act as an agent?
As long as you're under the direct supervision of a broker in charge. And we haven't really talked about that yet, Kiki, thank you. But as long as we are, as long as a provisional broker, once you're under the direct supervision of a broker in charge, you can pretty much do anything that a full broker can do. You're just under somebody's direct supervision. So let's break this down. Let's kind of sum up a little bit. And I think most of this can be found on 163, 164. But I'm a summary kind of person. I like bullet points. So let's break this down. If designation is an option, designation is a form of dual agency. Once 2 of you have been designated, dual agency does not go away. The firm and all the other agents in the firm are still in dual. The firm and all the other agents in the firm are still straddling the wall. It's just the 2 of you have been designated. Dual and designated can only happen in in-house transactions. We have to have everybody's approval, and we have to have that approval in writing, final approval in writing, no later than the time that we're ready to make the first offer. So we may have a scenario where we get somebody's oral express agreement to do or not to do dual, and we can proceed under that. Did you hear me say express agreement to do or not to do dual? And we can proceed in some cases under an oral agreement, but they all have to be decided, edited if need be. It's all got to be in writing, no later than the time I'm ready to make that first offer. Best comment ever in the chat. I feel like you can't go to work tired with fear of saying something wrong. Ding, 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 ding. We got it, don't we? Words matter. And when you're talking to the consumers, the clients and the customers, when you're talking amongst each other, you got to be careful what you say. Guys, Lane and I are friends. Lane and I go way back. Lane and I have history. Lane and I go way, 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 way back. Lane and I are friends. Guess what? Lane and I work for competing real estate firms, sales firms. Lane and I can still be friends though, right? Lane and I can go to lunch. We can hang out. Guess what we're not talking about at lunch? Our
Your
clients. Our clients, our transactions. We're keeping so can you be friends with somebody from another firm? Sure. I had somebody in post licensing last month. He and his wife were with 2 different firms. That's okay. We're not talking about the people. We're not talking about anything that could harm our clients. So that mandatory written approval. Once you've been designated, you are only going to act as an agent for that principal of whom you're designated. So you're kicked off the wall, one side or the other. Either you're kicked off on the buyer side or you're kicked off on the seller side. But once you've been kicked off, once you've been designated, that is your loyalty. That's who gets old card. That is who in first class in your plane. Comprehensive policy to do designated with the firm. This kind of bothers me a little bit, but it is what it is. It's not required. It's not mandatory. It's just recommended. I feel like though, if it goes down, that's going to be one of the questions that the commission asks. Did the firm have a written company policy in place about how they're going to handle designation? The purpose for the written policy, the firm may have a policy on how they designate. Is there like a series of questions that they might ask before they kick you off the wall? I think it's also important in this recommended policy that the firm disclose where the transactional records are and who has access to them. So once upon a time ago, before the internet, all the files were held in what was called the file room. The file room is not near as much fun as what it sounds. It's a room jam-packed full of file cabinets, if you remember what those are. And the concern is who has access to the file room? Who has access to those files? So in other words, if you've been designated, do you have access to go to the file room in the middle of the night and look at somebody else's files? The firm should have those files on lock and key, right? You shouldn't be able to go look at them. Now, what's happening today? Today, we use e-files, e-transactions, which means we have programs like .loop, DocuSign, Zip Forms. Your firm will offer you something. The firm controls who sees what in the file. So security for transaction records has greatly improved with technology. But the BIC should, if we have a company policy, it should still spell out who, if anybody, does admin have access to it? Obviously, the BIC has access, but who has access to those transaction files? Just examples of things we may see in the company policy. Kiki.
I'm sorry to have so many questions,
Please.
but and when things contradict the book, you know, when you post the slides and it contradicts the book, it gets really confusing for me. Because in the book, it says the comprehensive company policy must.
The commission came out last year. The syllabus says it's recommended. So I hear you, Kiki. And unfortunately, the real estate commission doesn't write our book.
Right.
Dearborn writes the book. So this is why we have the slides. The class follows the syllabus. You're going to be tested from the syllabus. And I think it was just earlier this year, they came out with this clarification that said it's recommended. So the book is a good supplement to the PowerPoints, to the syllabus. But anytime you have a conflict, the syllabus will prevail.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And if you're not sure what the syllabus says, things like 170 some pages, I don't expect you to sit down and read it unless, of course, you want to. It answers the question, what can you find on your test? But if you're not sure of a conflict, that's why you guys have me. Please don't forget, I'm available outside of class. Reach out to me. Let me help. I've started hearing from a few of you with questions, screenshots, and I like that. The rest of you, don't forget, I'm here. You're never bothering me. I get that all the time. I hate to bother you. Y'all, this is my job. This is what I do. You're not bothering me. A couple other key concepts. You cannot be designated if you come into this with prior confidential information about the other side. And then the big, the BIC and the PB cannot be designated opposite of each other. Please hear me. The BIC and the PB can be in dual. They cannot be designated. Dual is about the firm. Designated is about the client. Kiki, to your point, we got to make some edits in the book. So if you guys will please look with me, let's make a couple edits, and these edits involve just crossing stuff out altogether. So look with me first off on page, where's the other one? First one is on page 162. Either book you're in, old or new. The first edit is on page 162. You guys see that example, and you got situation 1, situation 2. Everybody see situation 2? Cross it out. Take your pen, Sharpie, cross out situation 2 on page 162. There is some misleading information in there. I don't want to cause confusion. The other thing I want you guys to cross out is on page 175. It's 175 in the new book. It's 176 in the old book. So 175 or 176, depending on what book you're in. Again, we got a couple scenarios there. You guys see scenario 2? Cross it out. There's some conflicting information that has caused confusion, and I'd rather y'all not even look at it. Fair enough? We'll talk about that conflicting information. More on that's coming in Unit 8. I may not specifically address these. But bottom line, the only way to change a written agreement is in writing. And that's the conflict of both of these scenarios. The last type of agency relationship that we might bump into is our rental situation for our property managers. Perfect. Cross it out. Yep. So in rentals, the owner, the landlord, the investor, they're the one that's going to hire the agent to be the property manager. They hire property managers through use of a property management agreement. Property management agreement is our agency agreement in this case. Again, I got a whole unit dedicated to the property manager and their role. That's unit 12. So we will talk about that. The property management agreement does create agency. And in rentals, typically, the landlord is going to be the client. It is rare for the tenant to be represented. In a residential transaction, most tenants are not represented. In a commercial transaction, tenants may be represented by another firm. But it's going to be incredibly rare for the property manager to work with both landlord and tenant in the same transaction. Thus, dual agency in rentals is really, really, really rare. Not quite a purple unicorn, but we're close. Again, more on property managers and their role, their relationship when we get to unit 12. Which one, what? The situation? It's situation 2 on page 162. It's situation 2 on page 175. We're going to spend time with agency on our week off. Thursday isn't like fall break. Whoop, whoop. Thursday is like opportunity to get caught up. No, and we keep going, you guys. Please use Thursday to your advantage. You've been given the gift of time. Okay. I know I'm a few minutes early for break, but I hate to start something new and then stop in like 5 minutes or so. So let's go ahead and take our last break, and that'll give us the last hour to talk about this agency disclosure, which is what we should have done before we tried to create agencies. So we're going to kind of go backwards in time and talk about our agency disclosure. So let's take 10. are back for our last hour. So I'm going to go ahead and take attendance. And before we jump back into the PowerPoints for this next topic, we're switching gears just a bit. So we're going to get off of the different types of agency relationships and and we're going to talk about disclosing our agency status. Again, you guys, in practice, we would have done this first. In Unit 7, we're doing this at the end. So I have a duty when I first meet a consumer to disclose my agency status to them. Remind me what it means to disclose.
To tell.
Tell. So I have a duty to tell the consumer where I stand in this transaction. I have a duty to let the consumer know who I represent in this transaction. When we first meet the consumer, we're going to work with them, what's known as the Working with Real Estate Agent disclosure. New book people, you have this on page 167. Old book people, you have this in the online learning system under the Unit 7 material. So either way, we provide it for you. And before we get back to PowerPoint, I think one of the easiest ways to have this conversation is just to go straight to the source, go straight to the form itself. So if we look at our Working with Real Estate Agent disclosure, I am telling the people what my status is of an agent. What does it mean to work with me? So there's a couple things that we need to know about this that we can learn from the form. This form is required in all sales transactions. Sales transactions may be residential, they may be commercial. This form is not required in lease transactions. First thing I would write down, sales only. So when you see a test question and one of the answer choices says all real estate transactions, is that the right answer? No, because it is sales transactions only. So we have a form to use when communicating, talking to buyers and sellers. We have one for sellers and one for buyers. So we're going to look first at the sellers. And this starts with important, helping us have conversations with the consumer. The first thing we're going to tell the consumers, this is not a contract. I'm not trying to create agency. This is not the form that we use to create agency. We create agency with our agency agreements. This form is meant to disclose my agency status. So this is not a contract. Signing this disclosure just means you've received it. We're going to let the consumer know that in a real estate transaction, it's important that you understand whether an agent represents you or not. Does that say me agent? Does that say you agent? Does that say any particular agent? It just says an agent. So we're letting the consumer know up front. You need to know whether or not you're represented by anybody. Real estate agents are required to review this form with you at first substantial contact. We will talk more about that. And give you a copy after you sign it. This is for your own protection. Then we tell the consumer, I think this is one of the more important points of this form. Then we tell the consumer, do not share any confidential information with an agent or assume that the agent is acting on your behalf until you have entered into a written agency agreement. Otherwise, the agent, check it out, can share your confidential information with others. We're letting the consumer know up front, I don't owe you confidentiality until and if you decide to hire me. If you never hire me, I never owe you confidentiality. So until we enter into that agency agreement, be very, very careful what you say to me, because I don't know you that confidentiality. As the consumer, do you think this is important to know? Do you think this stuff is important? I mean, it's aptly named, it's important, right? But wouldn't you want to know this when talking to an agent? Know what to say, what not to say, where to stand, what they owe you. I hope you guys have been hearing my verbiage. I'm saying consumer. You're talking to a consumer. You guys, this is not a client form. This is not a customer form. This is a consumer form. This is one of the first conversations we're having with them once we meet them, and now we can decide how and if we're going to proceed. So the consumers. The second part of this form, and I'm trying to make it small enough here. Note to agents. Now this is working with seller. Check all relationship types below that may apply to this seller. And now what the agent has the option to do, the agent checks the boxes of the type of agency that their firm will offer. I'm not telling you how we're going to work. I'm telling you what product I have available. If my firm will allow me to work as a seller's agent, listing agent, if my firm will allow me to work as a dual agent, if my firm will allow me to work as a designated dual agent, or if my firm will allow me to work with a buyer with an unrepresented seller, also known as a FSBO. I'm not creating agency. I'm not telling you what capacity we're going to work. I'm saying these are our options if we do decide to proceed. So the agent checks the boxes. It's kind of like we're giving the menu to the consumer. I'm checking the boxes. I'm letting you know what I have to offer. This could be seen as a menu. These are our firm's menu options. Absolutely. Our firm's menu options. This is what we have. The last piece of this form, note to seller for more information. We got a Q&A brochure. I'm working with real estate agents. I'm going to ask the seller to sign it. They're not signing to create agency. They are only signing acknowledge and receipt that I have disclosed my agency status to them. We also have a place to put your name, license number, and your firm name. Then we also have one for buyers. Verbiage is the same. I don't know you confidentiality. It's important that you know of an agent. The only thing that changes a little bit is our agency options when we're showing the menu of what your firm offers to the consumer. Will my firm allow me to work as a buyer agent? Will my firm allow me to work as a dual agent, a designated agent, or will my firm allow me to work with an unrepresented buyer as a seller subagent? So we're going to list the options. So the form, again, new people have it in your book, or new book, have it in your book. Old book, I don't know if it has it or not. My old book doesn't. But either way, it's in the Unit 7 material, working with real estate agent disclosure. And then right underneath that is this Q&A brochure. It's the PDF of the brochure. But this is kind of the tool that we can put in the consumer's hand to reinforce what we've said. So we're having this conversation about agency. We're telling the consumer what products I have to offer, but let me send you away with a nice Q&A brochure on working with real estate agents. I think you guys should read this because it's agency as explained to the public. And you're trying to get a license to protect the public. And one of the ways we protect the public is by educating the public, specifically educating the public about agency. So this Q&A brochure is a great tool for you guys this week to help better understand agency. And I'll let you go through it, of course, but it defines what agency means, what is an agency agreement, and then it breaks it down into sections. If you're talking specifically for sellers, it's got a Q&A for sellers, I want to sell my property. What do I need to know? It's got a Q&A. By the way, it talks about dual agency in here. It's got a Q&A for buyers. So what does it mean for a buyer to work with a real estate agent? Q&A. And then I think the last thing is terminating. Yeah, terminating agency agreements. So this is another tool that you guys have available in addition to Unit 7, in addition to the comments, license law and commission rule comments. Here's another good tool to help you guys better understand agency. So please look at it this week.
Just for reference, Julie, it is in our book.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
And my old book is like really, really old.
I figured that.
They updated this, by the way, you guys, they updated working with real estate agent disclosures 2021. And the former working with real estate agent disclosure was horrible. It was awful. Maybe in July, it's either 20 or 2021, but you might have heard like a collective woohoo across the entire state of North Carolina. That was all over 100,000 licensees meeting this form because it's much better than what we had. I know you guys don't have anything to compare it to, but trust me, you're coming in with a much better tool due to this new form. So I'm glad to know that they just put it behind us. So with all that being said, we've looked at the form, started the conversation. So let's go back into Unit 7, starting on page 164. And let's talk about our working with real estate agent disclosure, also known as our WWREA, working with real estate agent disclosure. This form serves a couple different purposes. This form allows us to make sure that the consumer understands that I don't owe you confidentiality until and if you hire me. If you never hire me, you have no secrets with me. That's only fair to let the consumer know, right? Be very careful what you tell me. The other point of this form is to discuss agency options, if any, that are available in this transaction. So that buyer that comes to my open house, for example, this form would allow me to discuss with that buyer, if we choose, how we can proceed. Can I proceed with you as a buyer's agent or a seller sub-agent? Discussing those agency options available, and then deciding at that time how we're going to proceed. Working with real estate agent disclosure is mandatory with sales transactions. What's that word mandatory mean?
Must.
You got to. Can you choose not to do it?
No.
No, it's mandatory. And it's required in all sales transactions. Again, I'm trying to tell you how they like to trick you on your test, your practice questions. One of those options is going to say all real estate transactions. Most of us in this call is going into sales. And I know we don't think about lease and property management, but until you get your license, I need you to think about lease and property management. Because if the test question asks you about all real estate transactions, the answer is no, because it only applies to sales. Everybody see that? No lease, thus not all. Yes, ma'am.
So is disclosing that for leases optional? Because like when I write up a lease for my property manager, we put that in there every time.
Exactly.
He's also a broker, but
the property
so
manager can choose to disclose. There's no requirement from the commission rule. The only thing the commission rule says is sales transactions. And Jennifer, to your point, I know a lot of property managers that choose because you're talking to tenants and you want to let the tenant know that you represent the owner. And so you may have something like this in your firm to help you have that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, of course. So mandatory with sales transactions. We have a duty to provide and review the working with real estate agent disclosure at first substantial contact. Now I'm going to talk about first substantial contact next, so hang on. Note what all that says. Provide and review. So not only are we going to give them the working with real estate agent disclosure, but we're also going to discuss it with them. We're going to have a conversation with them about it. And we're going to do this no later than or at the time of first substantial contact. So give and review first substantial contact. Let's talk about this first substantial contact. What do you guys, you know what, before I do that, hang on. When you guys see the word substantial, what's that mean to you?
Meaningful,
Important.
meaningful. Yeah, meaningful.
Important, important, something of
Yeah.
substance. So this isn't when I meet you, is it? It's when we start talking about something substantial to this transaction. So this idea of first substantial contact is going to be the point in time that that conversation switches gears from the property to the people. We can talk about the property all day long. As soon as the consumer, again, hear me say consumer. I'm not saying client, I'm not saying customer. I'm saying consumer. So first substantial contact could be at that point in time when the consumer starts sharing information that could affect them in this transaction. It could also be the point in time when I start asking a bunch of questions. When the conversation switches gears from the property to the people, that's when we've hit something substantial. That's when we need to do our working with real estate agent disclosure. The contact between the agent and the consumer is one as though an agency relationship exists. And before an agency relationship can exist, I've got to disclose my agency status at this first substantial contact. Sometimes we know first substantial contact is getting ready to happen. Let's say, for example, you are preparing for a listing appointment, or you are preparing for a buyer consultation. You're meeting with a brand new potential seller or a brand new potential buyer for the first time. Is there a really good chance somewhere in that conversation we could hit something substantial about the people, something that could affect them, maybe what they what their motive is, what they want to pay for it, what they're willing to accept? If we know it's coming, we can go ahead and do our working with real estate agent disclosure. So they've been given the heads up. Careful what you tell me. I don't owe you confidentiality yet. First substantial contact isn't always that easy. As brokers, whenever we are acting in the capacity of an agent, we need to be on alert for first substantial contact. This is one thing I know about people. People love to talk about themselves. Have you ever had any random stranger come up to you in the grocery store before and just start talking and sharing their life story with you and all this information, and you're going, who the heck is this person? Guys, that's people. People like to talk about themselves. So if I'm running around acting as an agent, I got to be on alert. I have to listen to what the people are saying. And if that conversation switches gears and they start sharing with me anything substantial about the transaction, first substantial contact just slapped us up across the head, didn't it? I didn't know it was coming. I wasn't prepared for it, but it happened. So now I have a duty to say something along the lines of, Mr. Buyer, I apologize for interrupting you, but I need you to know before you say anything else, I represent the seller in this transaction. Talking to me is like talking directly to the seller. And you need to understand that anything you say to me could harm you in these negotiations. Doesn't the consumer have the right to know that? Isn't that fair? And that's what we're doing with our working with real estate agent disclosure. Let's say you are doing an open house on Sunday. If you're doing an open house on Sunday, who do you represent?
Seller.
The seller.
Seller. So you're there under capacity as a listing agent. You are there representing the seller. So you have a buyer come into your open house. Hey folks, how you doing today? Buyer says, oh, we're pretty good. Great. Have a look around. I got cookies in the kitchen. Sign my open house registry. If you have any questions, let me know. Buyer looks through the whole house. They take their cookies. They thank me and walk out the door. Did I learn anything about the buyer about this transaction? All I know at this point is they like cookies. Can that harm them in their transaction? Nah. Then the next buyer comes in. Hey folks, how you doing today? Oh, we're doing pretty good. Great. Have a look around, have a cookie. Let me know if I can answer any questions. Buyer comes back through and says, quick question about that space out back. Do you know if that had permits pulled or not? Was that unpermitted or not? And I answer accordingly. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. And they leave. Did I learn anything about my buyer that could harm them in this transaction? All I know is they know something about permits. Now you have another buyer comes in. Hey folks, how you doing? Cookie in the kitchen, help yourselves. Let me know if you have any questions. On their way out the door, buyer says, this is really nice. And we've been looking unsuccessfully for some time now. And we're really kind of getting a little tired. And we're learning that our wants and needs have changed. And we just got to decide on something. Look at Kiki. Kiki's putting her hands up saying, stop talking, stop talking, stop talking. What is the buyer telling the seller? They're starting to say, I'm getting desperate. They're saying, I'm maybe willing to offer less than asking price. Did we hit first substantial contact? Yes. And it's my job to say, whoa, 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 earmuffs, you guys. It's my job to say, I apologize for interrupting you. But you need to understand, if you bring an offer to this transaction, who did we say my duty was to?
The seller.
So when I present that offer, don't I owe it to my seller to say, these guys are desperate? Could that affect how they counter? Could that affect our negotiations? That is first substantial contact. And guys, if you're preparing for it, again, a listing appointment or a buyer consultation, you know it's going to come at some point in that conversation. We're going to have a substantial information. But even if you don't know it's coming, you got to be prepared for it. Phil, I see. Just 1 second. I don't know about you guys, but the house that I was raised in, I was raised that it's rude to interrupt people when they were talking. Anybody else? Rude to interrupt people. Let people talk. In this case, it's rude to not interrupt them. It's rude to let them keep talking, gathering their information so you can share it with the seller, all unbeknownst to them. Isn't that a lot more rude? So in this case, you guys, mama's wrong. Don't you tell my mama I said that. But in this case, it's best to interrupt people so they don't put themselves in a position to harm their negotiation strategy, to harm themselves when they're making the offer, counter offer, etc. Thank you, Phil. Yes.
So I'm just curious as a learning point for myself. So when my wife and I are actively out looking right now at homes, open houses, is it allowed for the real estate agent to say, are you renting? What are you doing? How long have you folks been looking? Is that okay or not?
I mean, you know, are you renting or do you own? I mean, that's kind of factual. Just because you come into the open house and are renting and looking to buy, you know, doesn't mean I've learned anything about you. You know what I know about people? Everybody wants to buy a house. Everybody wants to sell their house. The trick here is, what's the motive? Are you ready to do this right now? Are you desperate? Are you just out there kicking the tires? And that's where it's going to be the conversation is.
Yeah, thank you.
So that first substantial contact, and guys, I get it. This idea of first substantial contact, we've always got to be on alert. Like I said, people start talking. What if you affiliate with your firm, and one thing your firm may tell you to do is to wear your name badge, wear your name tag everywhere you go. Why do they want you to wear your name tag everywhere you go?
So people will know who you are.
So people will talk to you about real estate, right? So you're out and about, you swing by the grocery store this evening after work and you have your name tag on. Could somebody come up to you in aisle 4 and start talking about real estate? Could that conversation in aisle 4 in Harris Teeter lead to something substantial? Yeah, because people talk. It blows my mind what people will say. Well, I'm still standing there trying to figure out what cereal I want to eat this week. It blows my mind. But y'all, we know people. People are no different than whether they're buying a house or not. Everybody with me? That is people. We need to be on alert so I can say, whoa, please stop talking. You need to understand who I represent. Even if I don't represent anybody, I'm in aisle 4 at Harris Teeter. I'm not representing anybody in aisle 4. But now they need to understand that I don't know you confidentiality. So when you start telling me all your price, term, or motive, that's free news. I can run around and share that with anybody until and if you decide to hire me. So this idea of first substantial contact, we must disclose our agency status before or no later than the time that the conversation moves from talking about the property to talking about the consumer. Again, in a perfect world, we can prepare for this. We know this is coming. Do we live in a perfect world? No. So we got to be on alert for it. We got to be prepared. Typically speaking, first substantial contact is that moment in time when we start learning specifically this consumer's price point. How much are they willing to offer, or how low are they willing to go? What's their terms? Do they need to close by the end of the year? Do they need certain things? I don't know. Do they need certain type of financing, a certain type of loan product? And the big thing is their motive. Guys, I'm not kidding you. Once you get licensed and people find out you're in real estate, everybody you know is going to look at you and say, I want to buy a house. Everybody wants to buy a house. Does that mean that they have motive to buy a house? Does that mean that they're out looking? Not necessarily. Do we hear the difference in I want to buy a house versus I need to close by the end of the year? Do we hear that difference? We just got on a motive. Now they're on a timeline. What do we got? About 4 more days of September? And then we only got 3 more months left. They have a motive. They have a reason to buy right now. So just because they say something like in your open house, I'm a chef and I like a good kitchen. Okay. All right. That's kind of your wants and that sounds nice. Doesn't everybody like a good kitchen, or most people like a good kitchen? That's not anything that affects. Now, if they say, you know, I operate my business out of this kitchen and I need an industrial size kitchen and and details and specifics, now we're getting into something substantial. Just because they talk doesn't mean we need to throw the working with real estate agent disclosure at them. Only when we get to this time of first substantial contact. Most of the time, first substantial contact is going to happen in person. First substantial contact is going to happen face to face, maybe at our listing appointment, maybe at our buyer consultation. So if it happens face to face, we got it, disclosure with us. By the way, I carry these things around in my trunk, so I'm good to go at any time. And we got these disclosures in person, first substantial contact. Whoa. Please stop talking. Let me go over my agency status. Let me tell you, I don't know you confidentiality. First substantial contact doesn't always happen in person though. The consumer may call you off of the phone number in your advertising. They may also email you. They may fill out the contact me page of your website. So the first time you hear from them or the first time you read from them, they may hit first substantial contact. And if so, we have a duty to reply, or if we're on the phone, we have to say, whoa, whoa, stop talking. If it's in an email, we need to reply and say, whoa, whoa, stop talking. Now I'm not face to face, so I cannot hand you the disclosure. However, I still discuss it with you. And now I have 3 days to send it to you. I can send it to you via email, via your electronic program, transactions program that your firm has. But please note, this says, I'm still going to discuss it. Now I got 3 days to get you the form. I had a listing a couple years ago. And my real estate firm, we kind of all take turns answering the phone. And so one of my teammates got a call on one of my listings. And she answered the phone. My teammate answered the phone. Thank you so much for calling. How may I help you? And the lady on the other end of the phone said, I'm calling, inquiring about 123 Main Street, and I'm pre-approved for X amount. I didn't even know, she didn't even know our girl's name yet. But we knew what she was pre-approved for. This is people. My teammate said, whoa, you need to understand. We did later learn her name. You need to understand that kind of information could negatively impact your negotiation strategy. What if they presented an offer on my listing that was less than asking price? I'd have a duty to look at my seller and say, I know they're pre-approved for more. Does that mean they're willing to pay more? I don't know. But I know they're pre-approved for more. Wouldn't that make my seller want to think about countering for a higher price because they know what they can pay? This poor lady harmed herself, possibly, before we even learned her name. And look, I get what she was doing. She was proven to us that she was a serious buyer. She wasn't out there kicking tires. She had talked to a lender. She was legitimate. And I appreciate what she shared with us, but we needed to let her know what she shared with us. And then we have this duty to say, please, please stop talking. You need to think about what you're saying when you're talking to a broker, because I stand in place of my client. So we've provided the form, may that be in person or electronically. Can I make anybody do anything? I'm trying to figure out how still. But to my knowledge, I haven't figured out how to make anybody do anything. So can I make them sign that working with real estate agent disclosure? Can I force them to sign it? Can I put the pen in their hand and say, you will? No. So what if they refuse to sign it? It's not a contract. I'm not creating agency. If they refuse to sign it, all I can do is write refuse to sign on the disclosure. What's the information that I know? Do I know the consumer's name, address that we're talking about, date, time, right? As much information as I can. And if they refuse to sign it, we do our thing, refuse to sign, make our notes, document that they refuse to sign it. And then we can keep talking to them because I'm not trying to create agency. All I'm doing is disclosing agency. So if they refuse to sign it, it's not like we're going to say, sorry, can't work with you. If they refuse to sign it, we're going to document that, make our notes, and then continue on. What if they refuse, or what if they do sign? You do your thing and you do it well. And you explain to them that talking to me at this open house, you might as well be talking directly to my seller. and I don't know you confidentiality. Please sign here. And the consumer says, anyway. So as I was saying, if we don't close by the end of the year, we're going to be in a really big pickle because we're going to have to pay rent for 6 months and it's going to be more money than what we're willing to pay. Didn't I do my job? Didn't I tell you to stop talking? Didn't I tell you I don't know you confidentiality? Once I've done my job and they keep talking, I need to break out my notepad and pen, because who's my loyalty to? In this case,
So,
my seller. I warned them, I gave them the heads up, I had them sign a piece of paper. The fact that they choose to keep talking, once I do my job properly, the fact that they chose to keep talking is not on me, you guys. I have properly disclosed my agency status. I have properly told them that I don't know you confidentiality. And if they keep talking, I need to take notes for if they make the offer. I need to share that with my seller. My job is to warn them once. What they do after that, what questions do I have so far?
So everything that they said before they was warned, before you got to that stop point, can that be shared with your client?
That's why I need to stop them early, BJ.
Okay.
That's why, imagine, consumer, you come into my open house and you share your whole price, term, and motive with you. And then I look at you and say, I represent the seller. I got to tell them that. How do you feel as a consumer? You feel a little shut down, don't you? Yeah. You feel like you couldn't trust me. I can't blame you. If I let you keep talking and then say, I have a duty to share that with my seller, that's going to harm the public. So as soon as you say something about price, term, and month, whoa, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, because that's what's best for the consumer. That's how we can protect the public.
In that situation where you disclose to them that you need them to sign this and they refuse to, and they keep talking, and then say a week down the road, they find out that you told your client their information, can they come after you for it? And what's to protect you?
Not much. Not much, because all you have is your handwriting that says refuse to sign. If this helps, in all my years, I've only had one buyer. I've only had one person refuse to sign. She wanted to see my listing. I met her at the house. We stood in the driveway. I thought she had a right to know before we walked in the front door that I represented the seller. I thought she had a right to know that as she's going through this house and oohing and on, I'm listening. And what I hear her say, I have a duty to share with my seller. So we did our I did my working with real estate agent disclosure in the driveway on the trunk of my car. And she looked at me and said, I just met you. I'm not signing anything you give me. Fair enough. I'm a shady looking character. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a salesman. You know what kind of reputation salesmen have? Right? We know what salesmen are after. Salesmen are only after one thing and one thing only. Money, 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 money. I can't blame her. She didn't know me. She just met me. I'm not signing anything you give me. I still got her to take the Q&A brochure. I said, I understand that. This explains agency. We proceeded, but that's all I had was my documentation of that conversation right there on the driveway. This is what I do know, Cody. If it goes down and the real estate commission, I tend to think sometimes as the real estate commission is like the IRS. And if you give them reason to look at a file while we're here, let's look at all of your transaction files. You guys with me? They could audit you. They could open up those books at any time they request. So if you hit their radar, they very well may see, let's say, all your files. And if every single one, if you're working with real estate agent disclosure says refuse to sign, flags are going to go up for the commission, because some people are going to sign that. You with me? If they all say refuse to sign, questions are going to go up. If they come back and say they didn't explain it to me, unfortunately, Cody, all you have is refuse to sign. But it doesn't happen often. If we're properly explaining it, this is not a contract. I have pointed that out to consumers before. You can see you hand them a pen and you can see their hesitation. I'm not asking you to sign a contract. I'm asking you to acknowledge receipt of this and the Q&A brochure. So let's walk through, I think I got a couple scenarios here. Let's walk through some scenarios. So Crystal saw a property listed by XYZ Realty that she's interested in purchasing. She calls the firm and inquires whether the property is still available. The agent on duty indicates that the property is still available and it's currently listed at $675,000. Did we hit first substantial contact? I'm seeing some heads move. What do the rest of the heads think? Did we hit first substantial contact? What do I know about Crystal? I know she has a phone. I know she's interested in purchasing. I know she's inquiring if the property is still available. Do I know Crystal's price, term, or motive? No. Did we hit first substantial contact? Just because you talk to a consumer does not mean you're going to hit first substantial contact about this transaction. That's what it's about. Something substantial about agency or about this transaction. I don't care what you had for lunch today. I mean, I care. But what you had for lunch today isn't substantial about this transaction. What do I know about Crystal from this conversation? Not much. We did not hit first substantial contact. Now let's talk about Wanda. Wanda attends an open house. She's not represented by an agent. She enters the home and is immediately impressed with the floor plan. She asks the listing agent if the house is available for a quick move-in because she needs to purchase within 45 days to start a new job and will send an offer by the end of the day. Did Wanda hit first substantial contact? Let's see heads do something. Did Wanda hit?
Yes.
You better believe she did. Don't we know Wanda's motive? Don't we know Wanda's terms? Don't we know Wanda's going to bring us an offer? Doesn't Wanda deserve to know that in this transaction, I represent the seller? And this transaction, what you tell me is the same as telling the seller. So again, just because we make eye contact with a consumer, just because we have a conversation with a consumer, does not mean we've hit first substantial contact. In the real world, I need you guys to listen. I need you to listen. Not every single buyer that comes into your open house do you need to bombard with the working with real estate agent disclosure. Price, term, and motive. All right, I think one more. Let's talk about Paul. Agent Paul hears a ting on his laptop notifying him he has a new message from his website. The message is from a potential buyer that wants to learn more about the home buying process. Then the message goes on to say that the buyer needs to buy within the next 2 months. And specifically, I'm interested in buying a condo or a townhome. Did we hit first substantial contact? But it was an email. Did we still hit first substantial contact in an email? Yeah. What if Paul or this customer's email says, potential buyer that wants to learn more about the buying process, and that was it? Feel free to contact me at. We hit first substantial contact when the message continued. People talk and they say too much sometimes until they know. This is what we're doing, you guys. We're helping everybody, brokers included, to educate the consumers. And the best way I know to educate and protect the public is by letting them know who they're talking to. Yeah, you're talking to an agent, whatever. Where do I stand in this transaction? And again, probably the most important thing about that disclosure, I don't owe you confidentiality. Isn't that important to the consumer? They have a right to know that. That's how we protect the public. There's a commission rule. I can't remember if I addressed it with you guys yet or not. So let me ask. We have a commission rule about how long we have to retain records. Does anybody know how long we have to keep records? I'm seeing lots of threes come up. Yeah.
Wasn't it 3 years?
Yep.
Yeah.
Commission rule 58A.0108. I don't need you to know that commission rule. I just put it there for reference. The commission rule 58A.0108 says we have a duty to keep all of our records on file for 3 years. And when I say all of our records, that means working with real estate agent disclosures that never turn into a client or a customer. Just because you do the working with real estate agent disclosure is no guarantee whatsoever that you're ever going to see this person again. You're never going to convert 100% of the people that you talk to. So you're going to meet consumers and then never see them again. Does that negate me from doing my working with real estate agent disclosure if we've hit first substantial contact? No. So even if these people never turn into a client or a customer, I still have a duty to keep that signed disclosure for 3 years. I have a folder in my firm uses .loop. It's the e-transactions program that we use. And I have a folder in my .loop called WWREA 2023. And every single time I get one of these signed, that goes into that folder. Maybe they'll go on to be a customer or a client. Maybe they won't. But no matter what, I have all of my signed disclosures. If they go on to be a client, then I can copy it to my client's folder, my client's loop. If they don't, I've still retained all of my working with real estate agent disclosures that I get, whether you're showing your listing, doing an open house. Questions so far? The second piece of our working with real estate agent disclosure, I have a duty to stop you from talking. I have a duty, I owe it to you to let you know where I stand, and I don't owe you confidentiality. The commission takes this a step further. Once we give and provide the working with real estate agent disclosure, commission says at that point in time, we need to determine in what capacity, if any, we're going to proceed. I need to know where you're going to go in my plane. Am I going to put you in first class and make you a client? Am I going to put you in coach and make you a customer? Working with real estate agent disclosure is the starting off point for the agency conversation. And so once I disclose my status, we need to be on the same page of how we are going to proceed. Sellers don't have as many choices as buyers. When you're talking with a seller, pretty much the only choice they have is whether or not they're going to hire you. If they do hire you, will they allow you to do dual or designated? But the first question is whether or not they're going to hire you. Competitive listing appointments are very real right now. which means sellers are talking to 2, maybe 3 different agents to find out which one they like the best. In a competitive listing appointment, doesn't the seller have the right to know that if you hire somebody else, if you hire another firm, I don't know, you confidentiality. So if you're talking to 3 firms, you can only hire 1. That means 2 firms may have information about the seller that could harm them in this transaction. Don't they have the right to know that? Working with buyers, we got a few more options, whether to hire you or not. If they do hire you, do we offer dual or designated? If they don't hire you, can you proceed with them as being a customer? There's more for them to consider. Seller sub-agent. Either way, I need to know early in our relationship where you belong in my plane. If you belong in my plane. Are you going to be my client, my customer? Are you going to be back there on the tarmac waving at us as we take off? Everybody you meet is not an automatic client or customer. You will come across people that you'll never see again. But that doesn't negate the fact that I still need to do my working with real estate agent disclosure. Now, with all that being said, there's the real world, and then there's pre-licensing world. This is pre-licensing world. I'm telling you guys right now, in the real world, the majority of the agents out there do not handle this properly. The majority of the agents out there do not do this. Many of you are sitting there right now thinking, when I bought or sold my house, I never saw that form. I'm not here to tell you what your choice is. I'm here to tell you, working with real estate agents disclosure is mandatory in sales. And it's another one of those things that it's not a problem until it's a problem. And then it becomes a problem. So if it goes down, they want to investigate your files and they do not see a single working with real estate agent disclosure in there because you don't feel like doing it. Do you got a problem? Big, big problem. There was a story that came out of the commission 6 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. And a dang commissioner, he and his wife wanted to buy a house. He wasn't out there shopping. He wasn't acting as a secret shopper. They actually wanted to buy a house. So they were open housing one Sunday. And they went to a couple open houses. And they went to one and they were having a conversation with the agent. And the commissioner felt like that conversation hit for substantial contact. And the commissioner looked at the agent and said, do you have anything you need to review with me? And the agent said, And the commissioner said, nothing you need to disclose? Nope, we're all good. The commissioner tried again. No form we need to review and go over? To which case the agent said, ship shape, we're all set. And then the commissioner said, I'm a North Carolina real estate commissioner, and I think we hit first substantial contact. What do you think that agent said? Or thought? There are probably some 4-letter words going through her mind right now, right? Now it's a problem. We've got to be on alert for that first substantial contact. We cannot hide our head in the sand. We cannot pretend that we did, earmuffs, I didn't hear anything. We've got to be on alert because that's what's best for the consumer. That's how we can protect the consumer. Questions? I've given you guys a lot. By the way, we're not done with Unit 7. Y'all, we've been in Unit 7 for 2 classes, and guess what? We're not done yet. When I say Unit 7 is deep, this is what I mean. So I need you guys to spend time with Unit 7 this week. First off, give me a thumbs up that we're going to spend time with Unit 7. This is not fall break. Whoop, whoop, I go party for a week. No, no. Still go party, of course, but split your party time before your agency time, your Unit 7 time. When we come back next Tuesday, please remember, no class on Thursday. I may not be available to let you know that we don't have class Thursday morning. So again, thumbs up that everybody hears me. No class Thursday morning. So when we come back next Tuesday, I do have a little bit more to say about working with real estate agent disclosure. It looks like that Q&A brochure is also in the new book, 169 through 172. You also have that Q&A brochure in the online learning system. So either way, I hope you guys review this. When we come back next Tuesday, we're going to talk about something called oral buyer agency. So we're going to throw a gear. We're going to throw a wrench in the process. We're going to talk about oral buyer agency. We got to talk about your relationship as an independent contractor with the firm. So we don't have much more to say in Unit 7, but we do have a little bit more to finish it up on Tuesday. After we do that, we get into Unit 8. Unit 8 is agency continued. Unit 8 is specifically our agency agreements, working specifically with sellers, specifically with buyers. In Unit 8, we're going to talk about your commission. At the end of Unit 8, we get to pick up a calculator and calculate your commission. Commission is fun math. Who wants to know how to calculate your commission? Heck yeah, that's why we're here, isn't it? So we do fun math in Unit 8. We'll be in Unit 8. We won't finish it up next week. So still on agency for the next couple classes. Just to point out a few things in the Unit 7 material, I think I looked at this last week, but there's a summary of important points about material facts. So as you're studying material facts this week, don't forget, here's just a really nice summary, bullet points. I also have a summary of important points about agency. Both of these have come from our most recent CE classes, and they offer these bullet points at the end. So I think these are great tools to help us better understand agency and material facts. Sarah, why don't you email me? That'll be a lot easier. Yep. The other thing I want to show you guys, and I know I'm getting a little bit ahead, but as mentioned in Unit 8, we start talking about agency agreements. So we're going to look at our exclusive right to sell, and then we also have, here it is, our buyer agency agreement. So we're going to look at our agency agreements, but if we just look at the listing agreement, I want you guys for now to fast forward on the listing agreement to page 10. Page 10 of the listing agreement explains dual agency and designated dual agency to the seller. Page 10 of the listing agreement. This is also in the buyer's agency agreement. I can't tell you what page off the top of my head. I think you guys should look at the listing agreements and see what they use to explain dual agency. We talk about the firm's role as a dual agent. We talk about the seller's role as a dual agent. Being familiar with and knowing the forms helps you not only understand it, but remember, you guys are coming for a real estate license, which means one day you're going to be explaining dual agency to a potential client. So we got to understand it, not just to pass the test, but for your career. I used to do new agent training with my old firm back in my admin days. I did new agent training, which means I got you guys as soon as you got your license. And y'all were awesome. You were so excited, but you had no idea why. You didn't know what to expect. You didn't know what it meant. You just know that you got a license. And one of the bigger concerns I always heard from new agents was, I don't know what to say. How do I know what to say when I'm talking to a buyer or seller? And my response was always, be familiar with the forms. Let the forms help you put words in your mouth. Y'all don't need to be out there recreating the wheel. The wheel has been created. So agency agreements in Unit 8, bullet points in Unit 7. Don't forget about your comments and license law and commission rule down here at the bottom. The comments, there's agency talked about in there as well. So we got several different sources to help you guys wrap your brains around all this. I want you guys to enjoy yourselves this week. I want you to have a good week. I do not want you to put your book down and not touch pre-licensing until 9 a.m. next Tuesday. If you do that, you've harmed yourself. So keep studying. Even though we don't have class on Thursday, I'm still around. I'm still available. Always let me know if I can answer any questions. Otherwise, you guys have a great week, and we will see you Tuesday morning. That's right, and it's Aubrey's birthday too. Wow, what a good memory. And I'm leaving it open for study. Forget that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a
Thanks,
good
Julie.
All right.
See you guys.
Bye.
I'm going to stop recording so the study group